and I had such plans for showing up on time, like maybe even early. Like and every day that goes out the window. I don't know. I I wish. I wish. I wish. I wish. I wish that I could be on time. I wish I could feel. So I bought a tambourine. It's not here right now because I was playing with it this morning. Because I'm like, okay, you need to work on your timing, girl. Like you gotta work on your timing. Yeah, having like a better sense of percussion and timing. That's good. That's just like a good thing to do, to have in your life. Hello. I actually wasn't even being distracted by sexy DMs. No, I don't even need sexy DMs anymore. I can't even masturbate anymore. I masturbated this morning and I was mad afterwards because I was like, well, that wasn't as satisfying as what else I experienced this weekend. Can you imagine? Anyways, hello. Oh, welcome. Okay. Wait, where's my activity feed? I need this. I need my activity feed doc. There it is. Let me say thank you. Not much is happening in here. That's not. Whoa, wait. Oh, okay, right now. Jesus, it showed me everything. A day ago. I wasn't even streaming a day ago. You subscribed. So thank you, Broler. Broloff. Hello, Queen. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back. Brandon, welcome back. And Anubis, welcome back. That's 13 months, 24 months, and 12 months. Lottery ticket numbers. Sorry. Just lottery ticket. You guys, we need to buy lottery tickets. We need to be buying lottery tickets with this information that the universe is giving us. 13, 24, 12. Oh, and a brand new one. Welcome to the blanket fort. I'm very glad you're here. I'll send you reverberating with the mighty cheer. I'll sing you in, I'll sing you out. You know, shout, yo, my sub is here, so welcome to my stream. I better be fucking cute because I am not that smart. God gave me with both hands when he made my ass and had nothing left over for brains. Guys, I can't make good choices. I'm an idiot. I'm the dumbest woman on the planet. Sorry. Let me sit like a lady and not with any part of my anatomy other than my legs showing. There we go. It's all legs. It's legs all the way up and down. Yeah, sorry, I gotta go. My ride's here. My ride's here. They're coming for me. I liked that it's like it's the Dunning-Kruger effect of that joke where I liked it at the beginning because I think it's funny. And then in the middle I started getting really anxious because I was Twitch streaming and like as a Twitch streamer, your worst nightmare is being swatted live. Like I would rather get explosive diarrhea than be killed by the police on camera. That's an easy choice, you know what I mean? I got my priorities in place. Oh, shit, I just opened something I wasn't supposed to do. Which Pokemon are you carrying on you right now? Eevee, Jigglypuff, Bill Cipher? Okay, who's your Pokemon team? All right. Bill Cipher, Jigglypuff, and Eevee. Okay, so I have a helium balloon full of knockout gas. I have my own dog, basically. Hey, dog. Hey, Bal, you want a treat? Come here. Come show everyone how you're Eevee. Bill Cipher. Oh, yes, and of course, my own dog as well, who's wearing a matching bandana to me because we're adorable. And then Bill Cipher, who is like an eldritch horror. You know what I mean? We love Bill. We love Bill. I do love Bill. I completely sympathize and understand why you would be masturbating to me because I have masturbated to this weird triangle. A lot. So like you're doing a much better job of life than I am. Masturbating to the triangle. Yeah, to the sassy triangle. It really is a lot about attitude. It really is a lot about attitude. It has a lot to do with attitude, absolutely. Psychotic confidence? That's we all want to fuck Patrick Bateman. That's the whole deal. Is that he's too fuckable. Fuck you, Patrick Bateman. But like, you shouldn't. That's also his voice. Anyways, I've never had that experience before where, like, I know my body, Val. I've had this body for 34 years. Actually, that's a lie. This is the 35th year of this body's lived experience, because I'm going to be 35 in a few months. I've had this body for 35 years. I've done wonderful things with it. And I'm just discovering I have no idea what the limits of my body are. I have absolutely no fucking clue what the limits of my body are. Truly. Because on my date on Friday, we didn't have sex. We did not have sex. I really wanted to fuck his brains out. It was very horny. I'm the horniest time of my woman's monthly cycle. So I'm insatiably, like, biologically horny. Also, he and I are just having so much fun talking to each other, so it's very exciting to connect on, like, a friendship level as well as on a sexual level. And this man, not for my benefit, not for his benefit, I truly do believe this man for the benefit of you, my delicious, sweet, sassy, sour viewers. I believe he did not fuck me so that I could come here on stream and say he didn't fuck me, but he made me come 3 times. Over hours. And even in the moment, I was like, who is this really for? Is this really for me? Who feels like she's had her fucking factory reset buttons hit all at once? Is it for him, who was just gotten out of a 6-year relationship which had numerous years of dead bedroom? So he's like, I haven't had sex in, and he said a very large number. So, like, it's not like he doesn't want to have sex. He obviously wants to have sex. But he wouldn't fuck me. He just let me, literally beg him all night, which was so fun. It's like playing Twister, but every time you put your hand down on the color and you start jerking it off and you say, am I twisting it just right? They go, no, you have to move a position over here now. And it's like, the position never steadies. You're never in the position. You've never done the full twist. You are always twistering. My brain doesn't work anymore. I have never been this horny in my entire life. I hate him. That is still sex. When I make my wife come, I just don't always have it to just be hot and fun. Yes. I mean, like, yeah, you're right. Because if we were both women, there would be no penis involved and we'd both be having orgasms in probably the same, almost exact way that we were doing it on Friday. So, like, I feel like we were being very sexually active, but my heteronormative brain is like, well, no, he didn't let me ride his cock to satisfaction, so we didn't have sex. I mean, now I'm like, maybe we never should. Now that I know he can make me come without his penis, I'm like, maybe I don't even need your penis. Maybe I never need a penis ever again. Uh-oh, what has he taught me? I don't need any of you. The things that can be done with the digital appendages. I don't mean like digital, like we're on a computer. Shut up, you idiots. My God, impossible. Did you get Evie? She loves Evie, by the way. Thank you, my sweet simps, for buying all of the best things off of my throne and wish lists. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's better. I sit on my hair and then it tangles right up. Why are you twisting it? That's how you play Twister. That's how you play Twister. You twist. You must be twisting. Well, you're gonna have to return the favor for him sometime. You guys, fuck Vyvanse. Fuck it. Fuck it right up. Fuck Vyvanse. On our date, we were talking about, how I went on a date with Mr. Daddy, with that 54-year-old man, who was doing a little bit of cocaine on our date. And the poet was like, okay, let's be reasonable about this. The poet is 39. He was like, if I had been married and had kids and divorced, kind of like doing my midlife crisis thing, and I was going on a date with a woman that looked like you with the potential to fuck your brains out, I would probably also do a little bit of cocaine. Because that's the thing that you do when you're having a fun and exciting, sexy night. Not necessarily like doing cocaine and then going to work, or like doing cocaine and then going to like your kid's fucking school play or something like that. But like going on a date with a hot woman to fuck her brains out is actually the appropriate time to do a little bit of cocaine. As a responsible adult who wants to partake in recreational drugs. We were doing recreational things. So I'm a little bit, I still recognize that I probably shouldn't ever engage in an authentic relationship with the 54-year-old cocaine user. But can I fuck his brains out? Yes, I can, because it's kinky and it's hot and I really enjoyed it. But then I also feel like the poet was like, oh, you fucked this 54-year-old and he gave you an orgasm, which is very shocking too. Like, I did not think I was going to come. I thought it was hard to make me come. They don't teach us about women's bodies. And when I say they don't teach us about women's bodies, they don't teach women about women's bodies. They don't teach men about women's bodies. They don't teach non-binary people about people's bodies. They don't teach us anything. Oh, wow. A hi, pony. Oh, Coke Daddy. What's up? My goodness, you are gorgeous. I'm so good in bed, I'm proud to say I am my own best lay. What? Most definitely want to meet you. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. I can teach you biology. I think actually what's happening is that I'm gonna be 35 soon, and that's like a woman's sexual prime. And I genuinely am like, oh yeah, this is what it feels like to be coming up into your sexual prime. I had 3 orgasms on Friday. I can't believe it. You know that meme of the like large tittied woman sitting across the table saying, "It's time for your milking, dear," and it's just like a husk of a man on the other side? That was us on Saturday morning. On Saturday morning, I was just like, I can't believe I came so much and so hard. Like, these were not small orgasms. I don't half-ass anything. I was putting my whole entire body behind each orgasm every time. And it was overwhelming and shocking to me that it was even happening every single time. Because I truly thought I knew the limits of my own body. And nope, absolutely had no fucking clue. To be seen and adored and to feel safe was just like such an insane fucking aphrodisiac. There's no way you're gonna be 35. Very soon, yeah, I'm basically 35 right now. Because my birthday's in April, so like, it's basically April, that's why I'm dressed like this. I love being almost 35. I absolutely feel like I'm in my sexual prime. I didn't even know I could have multiple orgasms when I was in my 20s, because I feel like I would have one and then be like, done. One and done. I think I'm going to have sex for the first time next week. Any tips? Enjoy the feelings in your body and try to stay focused on the feelings in your body and your partner's body. It's all about feeling. Just feel it. Feel it all. Feel it all. I'm absolutely in my MILF era. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for noticing my MILFiness. Oh wait, okay, so that's, I don't, I don't know how I feel, I mean, I do know how I feel about dating guys who are dads, because now I've gone on a couple dates with guys who have kids. And of course, it's always the first date, like for most of these guys, it's been basically just the first date, the very beginning of dating. so I'm not immediately like putting myself in like a wedding dress and in their home as their like kid's new mommy. That's insane. That's a huge leap ahead in time and space and in logic. So we're not there, not even close. But it is also difficult not to be like, okay, so what would it be like dating you for 2 months? Pretty hot and heavy, lots of good sex, mostly at my place, and that's like just kind of it. Okay, sounds fine, nice. But then it's like, what if we dated for like 4 to 6 months? That's a larger amount of time. It's so weird now, I guess, that before, thank you, pal. Before, when I would go on dates, it was just like, oh, does this person feel nice? I'll just stay with them until it feels bad. But now dating is, this person feels nice, and what is the practical experience of being with them like? Which is much less sexy than just feelings. Which is why during sex, you should just only focus on the feelings. Oh my god, did I have a brain smart? Oh yes, so the guy that I went on a date with last night, his name will be Batman because he is 6'8" tall. It's fine because when you're on a date, you're mostly sitting down. So he was sitting down for most of the date, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then he stood up and walked out of the restaurant with me, and I was like, oh my god, you're so tall. Wow, do I have some light fixtures for you to change. Hi, Val. Do you believe that monogamy is natural for humans? Are you able to love your mother and your father, or do you only love one? I mean, what if you have a brother and a sister? Are you allowed to love your brother and your sister, or are you only allowed to love one of them? And I mean, what if you have more than one friend? Surely you're not allowed to love more than one friend. Can I help you? Can I help you? It's interesting how the rise of Christianity, I'm assuming, because who knows what came before the rise of Christianity that fucking wiped out everything else before it in a fucking sad attempt to monopolize people's thoughts and feelings. But anyways, yeah, there's God gave me 2 hands and a mouth and a vagina and an ass for a reason. And it's to love. It's to love. It's to love. God gave me these to love. And if you don't believe that God gave me all of this to love, God, I feel bad for you because you don't understand God's plan. With my body to love. You're so tough and you're so strong. I don't know what to do. What's happening? How do I get it? Oh, she's too strong. Oh, she's too strong. Ah, she's too strong. Oh, she's too strong. Ah, she's too strong. Ah, she's too strong. Oh, you stinky, stinky puppy. I love my dog's disgusting dog breath so much. That combination of I've been eating treats, my own butt, and also dog toothpaste. Yes. She's back for more. This guy says, love don't exist. Oof. I forget exactly who it was, but somebody much smarter than me said, anything asserted with 0 evidence can be dismissed with 0 evidence. So he says, love don't exist, only attractivity. So you have no evidence of this thought or feeling, which means we are under no obligation to give it any weight or thought or anything, which is also an excellent way of sort of cutting through the bullshit of relationships. If you're a partner, so I had a great weekend. I had an amazing weekend. It was like this, boom, this on Friday was fucking awesome. I went on a date with the poet. He and I went out for drinks. It was great. I wore a dress that was his favorite color. He said nothing about it. I hate him for that. And then we came back to my house, and I put on yoga pants, and we played Mario Kart. I was like, it's time for Mario Kart. Are you ready? He's like, yeah, I'm ready for Mario Kart. And he's like, where do you want me to sit for Mario Kart? And I was like, oh, I have this all planned out. He's like, oh, I thought you might be. I really thought you might. I said, please, get comfortable. Lay down. And so I got him to lay down on my couch, which is like facing the projector screen. It's very cozy, very nice. So he laid down on the couch, and I handed him the controller. And I was like, are you ready? And he said, yes. And then facing the screen, so facing away from him, I straddled him on the couch. So, yes, we're playing Mario Kart. And he has like a full view of my naked back because I was wearing a backless crop top. And my ass straddling his lap in my very, very nice, like, pink yoga pants. And I was like, I got him. Oh my God, I think I'm a genius, right? I'm like a sex genius. Like, I'm gonna win. I'm gonna just absolutely, there's no way he's gonna be able to focus, and I'm absolutely gonna demolish him at Mario Kart. And I did win the first race, and it worked for like one whole race. I think it actually kind of worked. I do feel like he was a bit discombobulated, a smidge overwhelmed. He wasn't able to get his bearings immediately, and I did win that first race, and that I was so overcome with my own excitement. And I suppose that fueled his creativity and rage, because what I wasn't anticipating is that, yeah, I'm straddling him in his lap, and he's laying down underneath me. Yeah, what I wasn't anticipating is that he pushed his legs open, which pushed my legs open further, and then he just lifted his hips up into me, which really did a lot of things to me, and then I lost, and then I'm sure we played you've played Mario Kart, you know it's like every cup has 4 races. I'm sure those other 3 races happened, but truly the only sound I can hear is my own begging, pleading tone, being like, oh God, please not that again, I'm trying to race. Oh God, no, I just want to win. I just want to go around the corner without going into the side of the wall, please. I deeply underestimated his ability to overpower me physically, simply. So that was super fun. Mario Kart was great. We just fooled around for a while afterwards. Until we had to take a break and then relocate, because as it will naturally happen, he was on his knees on the ground in front of me between my legs. I was still wearing my yoga pants, but he was on the ground in front of me between my legs in the living room. And I was like, Poet, you gotta stop. I'm so sorry, you have to stop, because can you look up at me for a second? And he like looked up and opened his eyes and looked at me, and my dog was sitting right here to my right, and then my cat had jumped up on the couch next to me on my left, and all 3 of us were just staring at him as he's just like sitting between my thighs. It was I was like, all 3 of us really want your attention right now, which makes me think that we should probably relocate. That sometimes the universe tells you when it's time to go into the bedroom and close the door. The council will decide your fate. It's me and the cat and the dog, all 3 of us sitting on the couch looking at like this incredibly gorgeous, sexy man on his knees in my living room. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna come 3 times all over your face and hands. Oh, it was so fun. Even if I never see this man ever again, even if like that was the last date that we ever had, because he meets somebody else and he's just like, you know what? I've had a real connection with them and I just want to see where that's going. I feel so incredibly happy. Just for the experience of him seeing my tits. Many men have seen my tits. They're boobs. You know, boobies. We saw them at the Grammys last night. Mine are not that big. That poor woman, I think, is being abused by Kanye West. But anyways, we're sitting on my couch. I don't even know what we were talking about. But I was like, oh yes, something about like, and my perfect tits. And he's like, you've referenced your perfect tits numerous times. I think it's appropriate that you sort of put your money where your mouth is. So I pulled out my titty and I showed my breast to the poet. And his reaction genuinely scared me because he looked up and at my boob like he had never seen something like that before. And he said, oh my God, they are perfect. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. I thought I had a slice of pizza or something attached to my boob. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. It's just like, I've never had anyone have such like a, oh my God, your tits are actually perfect. It's very disarming. I thought my boobs did something wrong, but they were just so right. Do you remember when we were playing Cyberpunk and we were making our character? We were making like the V character in Cyberpunk. That was when I knew I had perfect tits. Because my boobs look like the boobs in Cyberpunk when you make the girl character. And like the little ones, not the big ones, obviously. But I was like, that's what my tits look like. And I was like, these are like the Cyberpunk tits. I got Cyberpunk tits. Noise. I truly thought he was gonna fuck my brains out because he seemed genuinely flabbergasted and enthralled by my titties. I absolutely believed that he was gonna fuck my brains out. And maybe if he wasn't on 5-Ants, maybe if he wasn't on ADHD medication that actually gives him the ability to focus, maybe he would have. But he didn't, and I am richer for it. I was thinking about jean shorts this past week, and then here they are. I had a whole other outfit on, and then I was like, this is like so, it was like a big frilly dress with like lots of like fluff, and I was like, no, I can't wear this right now. I don't have it in me to be like this, like fluffy and gigantic. I want something just clothes, you know, just an outfit, just clothes for once. Is she Portuguese? Yes, I am Portuguese. Some days I look a little more Portuguese, some days I look a little less Portuguese. I don't know what to do with myself. I have to transform this incredibly distracting and overwhelming sexy energy that is boiling inside me. I need to turn this into like something that I'm doing on stream. Because right now, the only thing I can feel is just my heartbeat in my reproductive areas. And I'm like, that doesn't make good streaming. That's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. You can't just feel things on stream. I have to transform it somehow into a kind of entertainment for you. But all I want to do is just go back into bed and masturbate. But then the difficulty is that I was in bed and I was masturbating this morning, and I was like, oh my God, I made myself come, but it wasn't as hard as the poet did on Friday night. And now I'm like, no, that's not okay. That feels terrible. I get to jerk myself off harder. I get to really understand that there's another level to my own body, another level to my own sexuality, and that it's nice that this man was able to open that door for me and show me this level, but it's my level to cultivate. It's not something that because I think it's gonna be, I really feel that what kills relationships is this idea that like, oh, I need him to make me feel that good. Not even close to the truth. I definitely don't need him to make me feel that good. I can make myself feel that good. It's nice that he made me feel that good. It's a little addictive. But it's not the reality of the situation. I can make myself feel that good. I absolutely can. That's right, puppy. That's right. And you're a puppy. Do you speak Portuguese? I barely speak English. I'm so fucking horny. I mean, other words that are more appropriate to be said in polite conversation. You didn't know Portuguese women were so hot? You've not been paying attention. Yes, you did. Of course you knew that, you worthless morons. This is Nelly Furtado erasure. Have you ever cosplayed as Dexter's mom? Oh man, I loved Dexter's Laboratory growing up. Oh my god, that show was fucking amazing. Was his nemesis, his fremesis, because they're like friends but also nemesis, his fremesis' name, was it Mandark or like Mandrake? Mandar? Oh, so funny. They were great together. That was a great show. If I ask something heretical, have you ever heard of the Hello Kitty Animal Crossing game? Yeah, my brother was telling me about that this weekend, which was actually the nice part of the conversation. Then my brother and I had such a bad conversation. I feel like I don't even have a brother. It made me really like reevaluate our entire sibling relationship, because I've been really explicit talking about how since I've come off of SSRIs this past fall, I've been able to really feel my body and remember and understand and contextualize just how shitty our parents were to us. Like, our father was a hoarder. Our house was full of garbage. And our father was an alcoholic. And our father was abusing us as children because that was the lived circumstances of us as children. It was abusive to live in that way. And when we went to our mom and we were like, Mom, Dad's house is awful, we don't like going there, our mother was like, tough titties, you have to just do it. And that was neglectful in an abusive way. Our mother should have taken us out of a situation that we as children could recognize was unsafe. Her as an adult especially, like, definitely should have. And then our stepfather on top of that was intensely rejecting and terrifyingly abusive in ways that, like, we will be unpacking in therapy for our entire lives. So I've been talking to my brother about this. I've been talking to my therapist about this. I've been talking to my personal close friends about this. And I've even been sharing it as I've been having these discoveries with Stream, because these are experiences that you yourself might have had, or somebody that you love might have had these experiences. These are very, very common human experiences. And it's important to recognize the shortcomings and the failures, the abuse and the trauma. And by acknowledging it, you feel disgusting and you feel sad and you feel broken. But you also recognize that this is what healing is. Healing is uncomfortable. Healing feels painful. And healing makes you feel kind of monstrous, because you sometimes have to wear a big cast or like a back brace, or you have a bunch of crazy stitches. Healing is not a beautiful linear thing. It is messy and it is difficult. So I've been trying to go on this journey with my brother because he went through all the same experiences with me, kind of. And this is like what I'm recognizing now in retrospect. I really felt that growing up, my brother and I went through all of this like nastiness and trauma together. But that's not really the truth. That's not really the truth. My brother, because he was older than me and a boy, was actually allowed to leave my dad's house when he was done with high school. So when my brother was 18, he didn't have to go back to my dad's house anymore, but I did. And I was like 12 and 13 when that was happening. And I'm not saying that my brother as an 18-year-old had any responsibility for me as his younger sister. But the reality is, it was too much for an 18-year-old, at that point, man to deal with. And so leaving me as like a teenage, like a young teenager, I definitely shouldn't have been left alone with my dad for all those years, because my dad just like screamed in my face and was a terrible, abusive, awful, neglectful father that makes me just repulsed to even remember. Thank you, baby. And so with my brother, I'm trying to talk to him about this. And my brother very, very easily is able to like laugh it off and be like, oh yeah, dad's just like that. And it's like, oh no. Dad is, we don't just like laugh it off and say dad is just like that. That's called apathy. It's enabling bad behavior. Thank you, Val, thank you. And I realized this on the phone with my brother. That I don't think my brother cares that our parents abused us as kids. Because now we're all adults, and now my father and my stepfather are treating him just like another adult man. And so it's called betrayal blindness. It's something that people who are victims of narcissistic abuse invariably experience as a coping mechanism. He's blind to the betrayals that he experienced in childhood, and he's even blind to the ways that maintaining a relationship with these very toxic men is infecting him. Because my brother is a single man, 40 years old. He has 2 friends in the city that he lives in. He has such a small and sad life. And I love my brother so much. I really, really love my brother so much. But I can't deny that if I met him, and he wasn't my brother, if I just met him as like my neighbor, I would be like, yeah, it's pretty obvious why you're single. You're really blind to a lot of the toxicity in your life, willfully. And it's so frustrating because I want my brother to be happy and feel connected to people. But my brother told me that he's like, oh my God, I'm so afraid that women are gonna think that I'm like some sort of crazy predator. So I'm too even afraid to approach a woman. And I'm like, yes, it's because you know that predators are every fucking where, even as close as our own parents. And I think on a subconscious level, he recognizes that if he ever dated a woman, he would have to bring her around our father, who lives in a disgusting, filthy shack house, which is like piled high with garbage. Like, how do you explain that to a woman? And then introduce her to our stepfather, who is literally the exact, it's actually insane. It's like a TV show, how incredibly opposite and the same our father and stepfather are. Our father is like so hairy, just like long gray and grizzled hair with a big bushy beard. Like if Hagrid had none of the warmth or love. Like if Hagrid and Voldemort were meshed into one person, I feel like that's my dad. Very two-faced, very conniving, like can be very charming, but ultimately very controlling. And then also just filthy, like just disgustingly filthy and falling apart as well. The kitchen sink in my father's house is broken. So whatever dishes he wants to wash, he literally has to descend into the madness of his own filthy house to wash them in the basement bathroom sink. Because the house is so dirty and disgusting and in such terrible disrepair that he can't have a plumber come in and fix it. How are you gonna explain to the plumber, like, oh, ignore the gigantic piles of garbage everywhere that you're like walking and tiptoeing between, like. And then the exact opposite is my stepfather, whose house is so clean and so rigid and so minimal and so inhuman. It's like there's no room to breathe because your breath carries germs, and that's disgusting and improper and will not be tolerated in this household. Yes, like a hyperbaric chamber of pressure and 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 sterility, absolutely. Yes. At my stepfather's house, you are not allowed to turn on the heat. No. No, no. Turn on the heat? No! The heat? What do you think? What do you think this is? Some sort of home to feel comfortable? There will be no heat turned on in this house. Also, you're not allowed to put the bath mats on the ground in the bathroom. How dare you, you disgusting, worthless idiot. You think you can put the bath mats in the bathroom on the floor? You really must be the stupidest fucking moron on the planet. It's just Oh. Did you not close the bathroom door after you left the bathroom? Did you leave the bathroom door open? You must be the most maliciously ignorant person I've ever seen in my entire life. To not understand that if you don't close the bathroom door, the pipes will freeze. And if you leave the bath mat on the ground, the pipes will freeze. It's just like, sir, perhaps 12 cents worth of insulation would be a good investment around the pipes so that you don't have to tear into your adult children regularly for their slight transgressions. It's very silly. It's very silly and it's very sick because get this. When my mother's health was declining, my stepfather didn't want to share a bed with her anymore. She was in such bad health, it was difficult for her to sleep, especially with somebody else in the bed. So she got their marital bedroom main bedroom bed to herself. My stepbrother's room was available. My brother's room was available, but my stepfather obviously chose to sleep in my bedroom because the mattress was the nicest in my bedroom. It makes me feel very weird and sick that an adult man living in a gigantic mansion of a house wouldn't think to just buy a nicer mattress for maybe one of the other guest bedrooms, like maybe one of the more appropriate bedrooms to sleep in, instead of his stepdaughter's bedroom. Yes, take a look at me and tell me that my stepfather wants to sleep in my bed for completely innocuous reasons. It sickens me. It literally makes me so sick. And for my brother to defend these men and be like, oh, well, you know, their generation. Aw, geez. Well, like, their generation. It's like the willful ignorance. The willful ignorance makes me so sick to my stomach. Because I'm like, yeah, big brother, our stepfather isn't sleeping in your bed. He's for some reason sleeping in mine. It's so weird and uncomfortable and disgusting. What stepfather would choose to sleep in his stepdaughter's bed over the guest bedroom of his stepson who has moved out of the house and never comes to visit? Like, my brother lives in BC. I live in Toronto. Why would he sleep in my bedroom? It's so weird. Yes, he would sleep in my bed, and then I would be expected to come home and also sleep in that bed in the same sheets that he slept in because he wouldn't take them off or wash them. And I wasn't allowed to do that because it would waste water. This is why I do not go home anymore. This is why I spent Christmas with Stretch's family. Because I don't want to have to sleep in the same bed sheets that my stepfather is jerking off into. And I feel like that's pretty fucking reasonable. But then there's my brother being like, oh, come on, V. I'm sure this adult man is not masturbating himself in the bed that he's sleeping in for some weird fucking reason. Ugh. So I feel like, I'm like, fuck my whole family. I don't really like any of them. I am very clearly seeing that your family are not by default good people that you should do everything for. L says that's on your mom. L, in 2019, my mother was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. She's gone. She can't, she's completely disabled. She lives in a home now. She's in a diaper right now. She completely lost her mind, and in my opinion, which I recognize is the opinion of an e-girl, it was contributed, like the loss of her mind was severely contributed to by my stepfather's behavior. My stepfather just being so controlling and so rigid, so rejecting. Of course it's going to chip away at your mind if you're married to somebody like that who has no room for feelings, no emotional maturity for flexibility in thoughts. Yes, it was so frustrating and terrifying to lose my mother to early onset Alzheimer's and dementia, and to be begging my brother on the phone saying, please move back to Ontario. Please move back to Ontario. I can't do this by myself. Our stepfather is abusing me. Our father is getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and our mother's mind is turning into mush. And I need support. I need someone to be here with me. And my brother was like, I just don't like the weather in Ontario. It's just like really cold in Ontario. And that's always what he's said. I think I've really viewed my brother through rose-tinted glasses my entire life. Over Christmas, my roommate did a tarot reading for me. And my roommate's tarot reading for me told me to be aware even of nostalgia. Nostalgia is dangerous. The idea that, well, we've been through so much together, that sunk cost fallacy is so fucking dangerous. No, I don't go home anymore. I don't sleep in that bed. If I was going to go visit my family, I think I would just get a hotel room, and I would stay in a hotel in the same city as them, which is close by. Or I would just like drive back to Toronto and not even sleep there. But like, I also don't ever really want to set foot in that house, because that house makes me very sad and uncomfortable. And the worst part about it is, my idiot, disgusting, moronic, terrible, unfeeling stepfather literally painted the walls piss and shit colors. He painted the dining room of this beautiful old house dehydrated piss yellow, and then he painted the gorgeous stairway hallway shit brown. I'm just like, who the fuck paints walls piss yellow and shit brown? I don't want to go into that house. He ruined that house. Not just physically, but also emotionally. Like, emotionally, it's not a happy house. Just keep moving forward. My God, we all must, yeah. I'm so grateful for my chosen family. I am so grateful that as this was happening, I was able to like reach out to my friends. I was able to reach out to even like, even there's like, it feels like a lot, but I am a lot. Like, even guys that I've matched with on Tinder. On Saturday, one of them was like, hey babe, how are you doing? Like, what's good? And I said, I'm sick today. And he said, I'm so sorry that you're sick. I wish I was there to help you like feel better. And then on Sunday, after I had like slept and I did feel a little better, I told him, I was like, I wasn't actually sick. I lied. I was just in a bad mood. Sometimes when things go wrong, I want to lie. I want to create a better story or a different story about what's actually happening, because the reality is it just feels like too much. And he was like, I totally get that. He's like, I think that's okay. I think that's fine. He's like, I don't think you should feel like you have to do that. But if that's what your choice is, then make that choice. And I was like, oh, I fucking love this. I fucking love this. I love being able to, like, in a small way, be vulnerable with strangers who aren't that strange to me. Chosen family for the win. Exactly, Rich. One thing life has taught me, no one truly has the power to have you where they want you. You just agree or you don't. You always have a choice. Now, that's not true. That's actually not true. Children don't have choices. Children will die. if they don't do literally exactly not only what their parents tell them to do, but also what they can sort of understand subconsciously their parents want them to do. Children will die without their parents. You can't tell a child, you'll be okay, just run away from home and throw yourself into the foster system, because that will literally kill children. Literally kill children. And just like it's very, very difficult to tell an adult. So I was on the phone on Saturday with my brother, and again, I'm trying to get him to understand that our father and our stepfather abused us, and that our mother neglected us by ignoring the abuse, and that what happened to us in our past is still holding us back in the present and preventing us from actually living into our deserving future. I suggested to my brother a month ago that he try a hot yoga class. And while he was on the phone with me, I even said, can you please look up hot yoga classes in your neighborhood? And he was so delighted to discover that there was actually 4 hot yoga classes in his neighborhood. I did say this to my brother. I felt so frustrated. I felt like I was having an argument with one of my loser boyfriends over and over and over again. Why can't you take yourself to an exercise class? And I love my brother, and I understand why he can't take himself to an exercise class. But I also need him to admit to himself that he will not take himself to an exercise class. Because that's the first step of recognizing, well, why won't I take myself to an exercise class? Maybe I'm afraid of being told that I'm doing something wrong, because that's how our parents treated us. Our parents treated us poorly. We shouldn't keep taking it. Well, thank you. Thank you, puppy. Go get it. He didn't go to the hot yoga class. He didn't. What my brother said to me instead was, you've been yelling at me a lot. V, you've been really raising your voice at me a lot. You've been yelling at me a lot, and I don't like it. It's not a good way of communicating. Yelling is not a good way of convincing somebody like they should do something. And I felt like I wanted to fucking die. I was like, I agree. I agree, big brother. I agree that yelling was not my first choice. My first choice was to talk to you. And then my second choice was to try to reason with you with logic. And then my third choice was try to appeal to you emotionally. And then my fourth choice was then try to appeal to you anecdotally. And then my fifth choice was try to appeal to you in like a sort of media way by giving you like books maybe to read or even movies. And then I had a sixth choice where I sent you poetry. Like I feel so fucking crazy because I'm like, yeah, I love my brother very much. He's my family and I love him. We've been through a lot together. But also, go fuck yourself, you sad, miserable, lonely loser of a man. And I know that it's incredibly harsh. I feel like the worst person. I feel like the worst person in the world to be saying that about my brother because I've loved him so much my entire life. His name was my first word. I love that. I'm here. I'm alive because when my paternal grandfather and grandmother died, my parents saw how important it was for my father and his sister to support each other. And they were like, oh no, well, our son needs someone to be there for him. So they had me as like my brother's keeper. I was here to be my brother's companion. They had me so that my big brother wouldn't have to go through life alone. I was meant to support him. And then that was so unfair. That was so unfair. No one deserves to be forced to live for anything other than their own purpose. And that is the joy of being a person, is to find your own purpose. And it's not to be a support to anyone else. It's not to be a husband, and it's not to be a wife. It is not to support your siblings blindly, or your parents blindly, or your boss, or even your friends blindly. Does that guy think I'm Pokimane? Dude, I'm like a decade older than her. I almost said something very different. Pardon me. I'm like Pokimane's mom, okay? I'm a bit old to be mistaken for a woman that young. So why are you hating on your brother? What happened? I took off the rose-tinted glasses and I actually listened to him. And I looked at his life. And I also realized that you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. And like that's like definitely been my relationship with my brother, is that I'm like, hey dude, here is the water. Please drink. It'll make you feel better. I can make me feel better. And I know that it will help you too. And my brother said to me this weekend, maybe you could just pretend to be sick when we have family events so you don't have to be in the same room as our stepfather. And he didn't understand the implication of that, which is that he was asking me to erase myself from existence so that a like weird, creepy predator could enjoy every facet of his life without any consequence. And then I realized that, yeah, my brother is enabling these people. My brother is an enabler, which makes him dangerous. Which is so sad to realize. It's like and then to have this like terrible experience with my brother, which is really like mirroring and framing at the same time all of my experiences with my family, in between having these amazing dates, like going on dates with incredibly emotionally intelligent, empathetic, sexy men, and feeling seen and heard and appreciated. Oh my God, it's such like the yin and the yang, or pulling and pushing so hard. Anyways, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. Okay, I'm boiling water for more tea, but it's, you can't watch. You can't watch the kettle do that. You just have to let it go. Oh! Can you hear it? Okay. Okay, just one sec. I just gotta pour the milk. Okay, so I severely underdid this tea. Like it should be allowed to brew so much more than it is. But it's what it is, so it's fine. And I'm gonna put it on its little table. Look, I got this little table. Okay, hello. Okay. I'm back, I'm ready. I posted my first Instagram photo, but I took a few really good ones, so I might post more. Ooh, that weak tea. No. It'll be fine. It's fine. It's strengthening up. It's developing its own little fortitude. Relax. Relax. It's okay. Don't be so stressed. It's Monday. You need to relax. That's right. Maybe it's time for old InvaderVie to start handing out angry hand jobs. It's not actually time for that, so we're not going to do that, but imagine I wasn't just quoting Roger from American Dad, and it was real, and I did pornographies. Hi, Ian. Hello, Ian, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Are you free on the 9th? Are you free next Sunday to do that photo shoot? We rebooked the venue, and they're like, yeah, you can come on Sunday the 9th. Relaxing on a Monday. Laughs hysterically. An IT consultant. But also, hello. You are one of the strongest girls. Dude, I feel so weak and broken literally every minute of the day. But I'm like, whatever, turn that into something horny. Oh, it's like the same deal? Exactly same deal. Yep, same place, same like everything. I think I need to get a wig though, because my actual hair is kind of too long for the cosplay. Oh, says Ritus, we went on a little photo exercise today, and I'm starting to think like a photographer. Look at like a photo of the most, took a photo of the most random lost love. Oh my gosh, so when we were young and we would go out drinking, I don't think I was there for this night of drinking. I have no idea where I was. But sometimes you and your friends tell and retell stories so much, it kind of feels like you are there. I know I wasn't there for this, but in university, all of the friends were out drinking, going so fucking hard. And our doctor friend, which is like, our doctor, if our life was a TV show, it would be Dr. Friend, who is the main character. I have always felt and known that. I have never felt like in my friend group I was the main character ever. I have always felt like I was very much a like favorite supporting character in my friend group. Because Dr. Friend is the smartest and sexiest, most motivated and disciplined person who also just knows exactly how to have so much fucking fun at the same time. So Dr. Friend finds a baby shoe on the ground. They're out drinking and partying. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's high on Drake's cocaine, which was never very good. And she finds a baby shoe. And Dr. Friend is like, there's literally nothing more important than reuniting this baby shoe with its baby. It became such a staple of our friend group that we literally call the annual party that our friends throw together, baby shoe redo. Because we're fucking suckers for good names, and like we're all theater kids. It's always like you always have to, it has to have a cool name, and it's got to be like a thing, and you make it so cool. So it's always called baby shoe redo. Just gotta get that baby shoe back to the baby. But now also every time you see a baby shoe on the ground, you're like, should I get fucked up on cocaine and party until 5 a.m.? It's a wonderful association. It's why it's so important to stay close with your friends. So I've been telling you all about this like drama with my brother and how for years I was begging him to move. Like I, just as his sister, was like, dude, move back to Ontario, please. Just move back to Ontario, please. My brother has 2 friends where he lives in BC. And he has like 25 friends in Ontario. All of my brother's friends from elementary school, high school, and university are all still here in Ontario. Basically, all of them have gotten married, and a lot of them have had kids. And for some reason, my brother is deciding, again, his first and foremost reason that he always gives, which makes me feel a little bit like my brother kind of has dementia as well. Because every time we have this conversation and I'm like, so all of your family is in Ontario. All of your friends are in Ontario. Why are you not in Ontario? He goes, oh, you know, the weather. Like, I wish that I could reach through the phone and just slap the shit out of my brother and be like, you are allowed to get on a plane and go to the Bahamas for 2 weeks every 2 weeks of winter. You can do that. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. As an adult, I'm just so confused why a 40-year-old man has it in his head that if he moves to Ontario, he has to just like be rooted in place there invariably for all time, no matter what the circumstances are. It's so confusing to me where it's like, yeah, I don't particularly like the dark or the cold weather either, but that's why I'm planning on taking Mr. Daddy to fucking Portugal and to go hang out in the fucking Algarve for a few weeks. Probably not a few weeks. I can't. It just, maybe like for a weekend to start. Who knows? But you know what I mean? It's, yeah, nobody likes the cold weather or the darkness, really, but we're allowed to leave. We have agency to move ourselves into more comfortable and happier circumstances. It is the literal, natural, biological function of our very cells to push ourselves towards the light and the warmth. So no fucking I'm also just so confused because he doesn't seem to listen to me when I say that the weather in Toronto is very similar to the weather in BC because of the lake effect. Not just because of like, oh, this is what V feels. Nope, it's not just my feelings. It's actual fucking science. The lake adds heat and warmth in the winter and cools and refreshes in the summer. The weather in Toronto is radically different than from other places in southern Ontario, where it can be a bit suffocating and overwhelming if you're not near the water. Does he just want to chill alone? He has told me that he feels profoundly lonely. Large portions of our conversations, every time we talk, are about how he is underemployed, under-friendshipped, too paralyzingly afraid to go on dates with women or even approach women. He told me, he was like, I work from home. All my friends are online, basically. And he's like, I just never leave my apartment. And I was like, okie dokie, then let's go to the hot yoga class and leave your apartment. And then he didn't. And so it's like, there's a lot of disconnect that I'm noticing so much disconnect. And it's not just disconnect in what he's saying and what he's doing. There's even disconnect in how he says things. So this is what I tried to bring up to him yesterday, to very little effect. My brother recently got rejigged in his work position. He does computer work. And he used to be part of a team that worked on this section of computer work. And then there was another team that worked on this section of computer work. And then there was a sort of central figure above them that was a kind of maybe 1 or 2 or even 3 people. So it was that sort of structure. But now that structure is gone. Now there's one team and one person managing him. So they like combined because people left and they had to reach. So my brother's telling me all this. And I'm like, oh, this is excellent. This is so good. You can go to your manager and you can say, hey, Mr. Manager, what would it be like if I did this job from Ontario? Because my brother has told me that he would like to move back to Ontario to be closer with his friends. And while my brother was telling me about this, well, he was telling me what I just told you. He told me all of that in the most flat, bored affect he could ever imagine. And I understand that when you're talking about work, it's not exciting. It's not an exciting thing to talk about work. But I was a little bit taken aback by the flat resignation that was so overwhelming while he was talking about this new opportunity with a new structure at work. And he even said, yeah, there's actually offices for my company in Toronto, so people do go back and forth. And my brother's telling me this like he's giving me the worst news imaginable. Like he's telling me that like all the birds in his neighborhood just died. Instead of it being a happy potential opportunity. And then even more shocking and alarming is, so I told you how the kitchen sink is broken at my father's disgusting hoarder house. When my brother was telling me that story, he was laughing. He was like, oh, get this. Okay, so like over at Dad's house, you know the kitchen sink. It's always piled high with all these dishes. But like now, he has to go down into the basement because of course he can't. And like my brother was like really like I could really tell that he was trying to make light of it. And it was like such a funny, weird thing. And like, isn't that so crazy? And I had to like stop him and be like, my brother, this is not appropriate. We are talking about an old man who is suffering from mental illness unchecked, and it is actively negatively affecting his life. This is the tone that we should be having. I couldn't help but notice the intense juxtaposition, that the jovial, playful tone was reserved for talking about the most serious and disgusting, offensive and traumatic things, and then the serious and reserved tone was used during talking about opportunities for work and life changes. That really made it clear to me how my brother feels about his life. He feels good and easy about laughing about the bad things, which is a very natural thing for all of us to do. I like crack jokes while I'm talking about these things because I recognize that laughing about painful things is a coping mechanism. But I can also be serious about the serious things, and I can laugh about the light things. It's not, oh God, one or the other and not in the wrong ways, you know? Rich says, I'm so confused. He told you that he wants to move back, but he's not. Yes, and he's like, moving is hard. Moving isn't easy. Like, moving sucks. And I'm like, yes, I understand. Like, I feel very silly, and I kind of snapped at him that I was like, you don't need to mansplain that moving is hard to me, brother. I understand that moving is not, nobody likes moving, but also staying isolated in a place away from your friends and family for decades of your life, is also not very pleasant. I said to my brother, yes, moving is uncomfortable, but staying in one place will literally kill you. And he just didn't even listen to me. Like, in one ear and out the other. It's so backwards. A happy opportunity at work and boring, uninteresting for him, but tragic solution. But like a tragic situation is so funny. I couldn't help but notice how weird it is. And then I wondered, when he goes on a date with a woman, are his emotions flipped? And do women notice this too? Because I think people do notice it. I noticed it on a conscious level for the first time in talking with him, because I was kind of looking for it. But I wonder, like, how often do people pick up on these things on a subconscious level? And they just go, I don't know, I get a weird feeling from this guy. He just seems creepy. Just seems creepy. It's creepy to, like, talk about happy things in a flat, unaffected way, and then to talk about very sad things in a jovial, light way. That emotional disconnect shows an unhealthy process. And when people feel like somebody is being unhealthy, you have to move away from them. There's no direction to go but away from an unhealthy person. I'm trying to think of a reason to make him go so against leaving while all his problems could go away if he moved. He said that he doesn't like Ontario. He said that he doesn't like the vibe of Ontario, which is not only... Do you remember when I said earlier that assertions made with no evidence can be dismissed with no evidence? There are people vibing here. There are tons of people vibing here. Not in perfect harmony all the time, obviously. It's not some fucking nonsensical fictional utopia. But the truth is that if you can only be happy where you are, maybe you don't deserve to be happy. Maybe your happiness isn't as real as you really think it is. And maybe you deserve real happiness, which isn't dependent on vibes. I don't know. So that's like the big reason for him, really? You feel like he's hiding something? He moved to BC in 2014. The month that our mother got diagnosed with breast cancer. And he moved because his girlfriend at the time was accepted into a PhD program at UBC. So he moved for his girlfriend. He left his family when his mother was diagnosed with breast cancer just to be able to hang out with his girlfriend. He didn't have a job in BC. He didn't have friends in BC. He didn't have anything in BC. But his narcissistic girlfriend was like, this is what we're doing, so let's fucking go. And so he just went. He just followed her to BC. And then once she got her degree, she dumped him basically the day she got her degree because she was done using him to get her degree. And he stayed in BC because he said he likes the weather and he likes the vibes, but he has two friends and works from home. That's like his whole life. He's told me that he's miserable. He's told me that he is miserable, and I listened to him, and I said, I think you're miserable because of the way that our family is. I think that if you start recognizing how miserable our family has been, it might help you understand why you feel miserable, and it might help you feel better. And he told me, I don't want to hear it. He just told me I don't want to hear it over and over and over and over again. He told me, I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it. So I guess he just wants to be miserable. I guess maybe it makes him feel good to be miserable. He must be getting something out of his, like, he must be finding something in his life that makes it feel worthwhile. Because he's so resistant to change. He doesn't want to change anything. Well, that's why he won't come back. He left during like the worst timing imaginable, and That was a decade ago. I don't really give a fuck. Also, our poor mother recovered from the cancer and then succumbed to early onset Alzheimer's and dementia. I don't think, not in part also for the fact that, like, her son and daughter, like, I'm gonna go home and, like, hang out with my stepfather while he's fucking creeping on me. And my brother just, like, stayed in BC. My brother stayed in BC after his girlfriend dumped him because he didn't want to. He was like, I don't want to run back to Ontario with my tail between my legs. He kind of wanted to, like, prove that he was in BC because that's what he wanted to do, and it's not because what she wanted. But I'm like, so you want to live on the other side of the country from all of your closest friends and family? Why do you want that? What makes you feel, what do you get out of that? Because I've had the exact opposite experience where I love Toronto. I love it so much. I want to stay here forever. I actually really like the vibes. I could be happy in many different places as well. I could be happy living in Portugal. I could be happy living in Japan. I could be happy living in, like, small town Ontario with, like, a big yard and a goat. But I really like Toronto, and all of my friends have, like, moved away from Toronto. There's not one place that I could go, and all of my friends are going to be there. Like, one of my best friends lives in fucking Asia. One of my friends lives in BC. Some of my friends live outside of Toronto in Ontario, but, like, still far away. Some of my friends live in other provinces and on Canada. Some of my friends live in America. Some of my friends live in England. I've got friends in Australia. There's no one place that I can go where, like, a huge concentration of my friends live other than Toronto. But for my brother, 25 of his friends and their families and their children all live here in Southern Ontario and are within, like, hand-holding distance of each other. I feel like my brother is really, what's the word that I'm looking for? You know when you get something really, really wonderful and you don't appreciate it? There's, like, a special word. I feel like my brother is being very careless with how precious it is to have a large group of friends for so long. I feel like people would kill for that, and he's living in BC. You know what I mean? It feels really, like, disrespectful. Ungrateful. Yeah, it feels ungrateful. That all of his friends are here and they've, like, settled down and put down roots and made happy families and found good vibes. You know what? What he said doesn't even make sense. He doesn't like the Ontario vibe, but all of his friends have settled down here. Taking them for granted. He is kind of taking them for granted. Like, what, does he think his friends are never gonna get, like, sick and old and die? He's undervaluing that friendship. Like, please tell me, chat, if you had a city or, like, a part in the world, because Southern Ontario is, like, not a huge part, but, like, the Greater Toronto area and Southern Ontario itself, if you had, like, 25 friends who all lived right there, wouldn't you want to go just, like, what is he doing with his life? And he's making me feel crazy. He made me feel so ashamed and so sad because, yes, I was yelling at him on the phone. Yes, he's right that I was yelling at him on the phone. Of course I'm yelling at him on the phone. There is a huge rising tide of fascism happening before our very eyes on the macro scale of human existence. Ritus, my love, I love you so much, Ritus. Let him be light and jovial. We actually need the men to whip out their cocks a little bit on this stream as well. I need it to. Even though we are having a very serious conversation, the rising tide of fascism, the shortcomings of our family members should never interrupt a good nut and a hard cock, because life is still worth enjoying and life is still worth celebrating, and my delicious, sexy body is still worth masturbating to, even and because of the internal strength that I have going through these experiences. Oh God, is my timing bad? I'm so sorry. He's so apologetic. It's adorable, but it's a good reminder. The poet told me that when he was younger, he felt so fake having fun with his friends when he was, like, fighting with his family. He was like, it felt so inauthentic, it felt so fake to relax and have a good time in the same day as having, like a devastating, heart-wrenching conversation with your family and being like, the betrayal of this is so deep, my ride is here, I have to go. I have to go. First time chatter. Some would say even in spite of. Shut the fuck up. I knew. I almost said it myself. Are you reading my mind? Stop that. Actually, no, read my mind and tell me what I'm thinking. You think sex one time a day is too much to ask for? It really depends. It really, really depends. It depends. There's different types of sex that you can have. Some types, like rough, hard sex, unless you're a porn star, the spirit might be willing, but the flesh is spongy and soft. Delicate. I admire your confidence. V chat, airports have given you the okay. You may pull into gate 9. Thank you for the permission, V. I needed that one. Is there a police chase going on behind you? I just live in the city. V, pray, tell me, how did post date go? Oh, I had I had my second date with the poet. He made me come so much and so hard. He wouldn't even fuck me. He didn't even fuck me. He just used his hands and his mouth and his whole entire body and his brains. Okay, so like, get this, my God in heaven. We're in bed. I'm like, you should sleep over because sleepovers are fun. He's like, okay, cool. So we're in my bed and we're spooning, and I'm like really grinding my ass into his crotch as hard as I possibly can. And I can really grind my ass into a crotch. First of all, my ass is like a whole fourth of the backside of my body. So there's a lot of space to be ground. And I really want him to fuck me because he's like, I'm not gonna fuck you. And I'm like, okay, challenge accepted. In less than a second, he was on his knees behind me. He went from laying down, spooning me, like with his arms around me, completely relaxed with his whole body pressed up against mine. He went in less than a second from being spooning, relaxed next to me and behind me, to on his knees with my legs spread out in front of him, and me completely immobilized and like by arousal, truly. He moved so quickly and so confidently and just like rearranged and pulled my body in the most amazing ways, so effortlessly and so quickly. I have insecurities like any person does. I don't want him to look at my full naked pussy. It makes me feel anxious. It makes me feel shy and embarrassed. But also, I was just so impressed with how quickly he did it, and it was like magic. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. It was amazing. It's absolutely amazing. He did that so many times. He does Muay Thai. He's like done Muay Thai for years. So he obviously like understands what it's like to actually spar with somebody in a fight. And like, I wasn't even putting up a fight. I was literally just like trying to recover from the sensation that he had finger fucked all the bones out of my body. I'm still trying to recover from that. I don't got no bones. It's why I needed his cock inside me, so I could have at least one bone. Where's my jelly? I need a sexy jellyfish costume to fully express how boneless I truly feel. So, the reason that he was able to see my full naked vagina is because when we got into bed, what was he wearing? He took off his shirt. He took off his shirt, and he was just wearing his boxers. Oh my God, but when he took off his pants, oh my God, but when he took off his pants, not only was I just like, oh yeah, show me that dick. He didn't. He was being very respectful, wore his underwear. But his legs, my God. I actually, for the first time in my life, was like, please crush my head between your thighs. And I was like, wait a minute, what? Did I just like read somebody's DM? Why did I think that? I've never seen a man's thighs and immediately been like, please kill me, daddy. I was, whose thought is that? Whose thoughts are inside of me? Do I have another personality that I am unaware of? Fun. So many new personalities. Great. Who is she? Who is she? I put on a satin nightgown. And I was wearing underwear on the date because I'm a reasonable person with an absolutely sopping wet pussy. So, like, you have to wear underwear. But once we got into bed, he lays down, and I straddle him because I love straddling. And we're talking. Who knows about what? Whatever. Anything. Everything. And I'm just letting his hands wander on my, like, legs, on my thighs, up underneath my nightgown. And then he stops talking, and his face just opens up like the sun parting storm clouds, and his hands go up higher and higher and higher underneath my nightgown, and he goes, "You're not wearing anything under this, are you?" I said, "No, I'm not." And then he yanks up my nightgown and he looks at my pussy, and I was like, "You can't, that's not allowed. You're just supposed to enjoy that I'm naked underneath the nightgown. You're not supposed to actually look at my nakedness." But obviously he's allowed to do whatever he wants at that point. And I feel like if I got murdered, if I went on my date on Sunday with Batman, who is, again, 6'8" tall, if that man just fucking snapped my neck and killed me, I would die happy for the poet's face in discovering that I wasn't wearing anything under my nightgown. You die happy after you've seen a man's face do that. We definitely do not have any politics talk in my chat, especially not when I'm in the middle of a cock daydream. This is not the time for politics. 6'8" is truly wild. He really, and he really is that tall. It's crazy. It's real crazy how big that man is. Yeah. He's so sweet. He's such a gentle giant. Like, such a sweet, gentle giant, too. Yeah. He's so nice. Oh, Batman. Aw, 6'8" Batman. I was like, for Halloween, you should be that really tall guy from The Simpsons who gets out of the teeny tiny car. He's like, that would be a great Halloween costume. And then he showed me his Halloween costume from like a few years before. It was actually so funny. He and I were having such a good time on this date that we were both getting kind of flustered. Like, we were both really excited. He's very, very, for being like a 6'8" man, he very much has retained like a little boy enthusiasm, which I'm always such a huge fan of. I really, really like that. Like, playfulness and like the jovial lightness of like this gigantic towering man, but like giggling and smiling with me, and then getting like kind of nervous. So he was trying to like open the Instagram page for the Halloween party that he had gone to, because the photo of him was like embedded in this like big reel of pictures, and he was like, "I want you to find me." But he's so excited to show me, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see it, and it's like our first date, and we're in this restaurant, and like, I've told you that, like, when I go on dates, normally, like, people kind of notice, like, people kind of stare a little bit. It's whatever. Like, if there's, like, a girl in the restaurant, and she's, like, especially bubbly, and she's, like, really talkative, those people, like, really suck the oxygen out of the room. You know what I mean? I'm an oxygen sucker and a cocksucker. But that comes later in the date. And so like, obviously people are gonna notice, and especially when, like, I show up, and I'm on a date with a man who stands up, and he is 6'8" tall. So, like, we're both having so much fun on this date. We're really trying to, like, keep ourselves in our little bubble while being painfully aware that, like, people are also watching us. And so he goes to hand me his phone, and we're both so excited, can't feel our hands. And it's just, like, he drops his phone, and it, like, clatters so loud, and we're giggling so loud. And then he picks it back up and gives it to me again. And I'm like, oops, I touched something, and I've... Like, you know, sometimes it's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I opened your settings and turned your phone on to Japanese. He's just like, I have no idea how, in less than a millisecond, you were able to, like, undo the entire, like, navigation that I had put us through, and you, like, brought us to a completely separate Instagram page. I'm like, I'm so sorry, you're gonna have to find the picture again. And so, like, it's like the third attempt for me just to scroll, just to see his Halloween costume. But it was so worth it. It was so worth it. So, like, lots of really cool outfits, so many good Halloween costumes. And then I get to his, and immediately I was like, no, oh my God, is this you? He's like, yeah, his Halloween costume was exactly that. It was just like a costume. He wasn't dressed up as a character. It wasn't something that was a reference to anything else. He had traveled to Germany recently and gotten a beautiful set of lederhosen, like gorgeous brown with like green, I think it was, embroidery. Really, really nice lederhosen, like, and obviously custom made because they had to be gigantic. And then he 3D printed a gigantic elk skull with huge, like 3-foot horns. So he was like, probably like almost near like 10 feet tall. It's a really cool Halloween costume. I was like, that's fucking sick. He was like, I have a 3D printer if you ever need anything 3D printed. And immediately I was like, I need you to look up Lilith Morningstar from Has Been Hotel, because I would love to do a Lilith Morningstar cosplay. But she has these like big, gorgeous curved horns and this like really lovely, like delicate crown. And so he's like, I can 3D print that for you. I was like, oh yeah, like I'm a cosplay queen. I need 3D printing. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's actually much taller than actual Batman. Yeah, Batman is not 6'8". People would definitely notice if fucking Bruce Wayne was almost 7 feet tall, and so was Batman. Why talk politically when we can get expert smut from I mean, that's really the thing, that like I understand that politics are of the most importance, but also jerking yourself off for about 4 hours a day while I stream is also important. You could maybe spend the other 20 hours of the day working on politics and just jerk off for these 4 hours, and I feel like that's still a very generous, even split of your time. He's excited to show his cock. That's a confident man. In my experience, most men are excited to show me their cocks. Yeah, I literally can't think of a single man. Except Papa Pudding. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Speaking of cocks, oh my God in heaven. Oh man, my favorite thing about Papa Pudding isn't his absolutely gargantuan cock. Like, thick and long and girthy. It's actually the tiny little gap in his smile. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. When I think of my happy place, I'm shrunk down and I just like wiggle myself between your two front teeth, and then I go jump on your gigantic cock. Yeah, it's fun too. I love your smile. Yeah. I'd be excited to show you my cock, but it's not for the normal reason. Wait. This is a great question. I love the internet. What is the normal reason to show a woman your cock? That's not even a qualifier that I would think of using. What are the normal reasons to show a woman your cock? And then, of course, you know my follow-up question. And what are the abnormal reasons? Only 4 hours. Why not 6 hours? I'm not very political, but enjoy masturbation. I can't stream for 6 hours. I get tired. I'm tired already. Yeah. I'm also seeing Mr. Daddy again tonight. I think he's just gonna come over and fuck my brains out, which I need to think about because I know how I feel about it. I already know how I feel about it. But I need to think. Should I let a man 20 years my senior dick me down on the regular? Is that good for me? I know that's good for him, obviously. I don't need to weigh his, but for me, as like a 35, 34-year-old woman, do I want to be dicked down on the regular? I mean, I kind of do. I do. I really did like talking with him so much. You know, you remember in Bob's Burgers when Gail is dating Mr. Frond and she says, sometimes there's a sign. So this is a very dangerous thing that's actually a red flag. I'm going to be a red flag. I'm going to be honest with you. You should never look for signs in relationships. Relationships should not be based on mystical signage or happy coincidences. Those tend to help pull the wool over your eyes and make you not pay close attention to things that you should pay close attention to. But I do love I'm like, is this a sign or is this a connection? Where Mr. Daddy was like, oh, I've bought like 40 copies of The Body Keeps the Score and I've handed it out to people. And I'm like, oh my God, I bought like 3 copies of it to hand out to people because I don't have $40 worth of book money. But like, I did always kind of imagine myself being with the kind of person who, when they read a good book and they have millions of dollars, they buy a bunch of copies of that book and they hand it out to people and they go, hey, this book is going to help you because it helped me. And I'm going to help you by giving you this book. That's good, right? That's like a good sign. That is a lovely connect. Mr. Daddy is not Batman. No. Batman is 6'8", and Mr. Daddy is just over 6 feet. It's like maybe 6'1", 6'2". And the poet is under 6 feet. Oh, with dark curly hair and green eyes and the most amazing smile and the sexiest ears you ever saw and the most perfect cock and an ass that just won't quit and really nice nipples and a fucking sexy chest and an outrageously incredible back. Oh, wow. Mr. Daddy has 2 kids. Yes. Batman has 1. The poet has no children, but wants to adopt a cat sometime this year. Which makes me so excited! Kitty! Ears? I love ears. I love ears. I love ears. I told him, we were like in bed and I'm naked and I'm really trying to get him to fuck my brains out and he's still telling me that he's not gonna fuck my brains out. And he keeps reaching to towards my pussy and I'm like, no, please don't make me come again. Please just fuck me. Please don't make me come again. This is overwhelming and discombobulating, truly. And he was talking about how like women always surprise him because men are like, I'm an ass man or I'm like a titty man. And women are like, I love noses. I love teeth. I love lips. I love ears. And then I was like, I definitely swiped on you because I really like your ears. And he was just like, of course. Of course. But then I was like, look at how big my ears are. I have huge ears. And he was like, oh, you do have really big ears. And I was like, and I got a really small forehead. He's like, you do have a really small forehead. Yes, he himself, he's like, I'm an ass man. I love a good ass, which is why I think he was so prepared for me to have sort of unimpressive tits. The trifecta is Batman's age between Mr. Daddy and the poet. How old is Batman? Yeah, he is, yeah. Yeah, because the poet is 39. Batman's in his 40s. And Mr. Daddy's in his 50s. He's got one guy from each decade. That feels good. Do I need... Wait, does this also mean that I get to fuck a guy in his 20s? Oh, I probably should. I don't want to fuck a guy in his 20s. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really... Where's my tea? Oh, it's over here. I don't know. I think it would be amazing to be able to connect with somebody who's in a different life stage, because I'm enjoying it right now with like these guys who have like in different parts of their lives. But like, so there's also this musician. Oh my God, actually, moderators, I will share his music with you because literally I woke up singing one of his songs. It's so fucking good. He's a really, really good musician, but he's 30. He's 30 and he's quite young, but he was the one that I was like, oh, I'm sick. And he very, very like with wisdom and kindness and sympathy and in the most beautiful way, he was like, you don't need to pretend, you can just be authentic in your sadness. But like, I understand the desire to soften the edges and to create a story. So like, he's kind of the youngest I'd be willing to go for. Would be like maybe 30, maybe 29. So say you really like a stream and you hand out subs in it because you really like it. I can see that perfectly sensible. Snowing Fire, it feels like the right thing to do. It feels like the right thing to do. Ass man, same. I'm also an ass woman. I love titties as well. I love women as well as men. I love bodies. I love people. False. All women love a good ass on a man. Oh my god, I love it. I love ankles. It's time for a break. Never say never. A nice ass makes up for unimpressive tits, but in my opinion, a nice rack does not make up for no ass. So we're not gonna allow that comment because you should be ashamed of yourself for saying that. Only I'm allowed to talk like this. Productive Chad says, I'm 29 and I'm good to go. DM me a picture of your cock. Let's see. Let's see if you're good to go. Is this terrible that I'm like, if I'm gonna fuck somebody who's young, I want them to be, like, young and hot? Mostly because if you're not young and hot, you're probably gonna get old and be hot. So, don't worry. I'll fuck you when you're older. Okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay put. I took some pictures of my butt. I don't know if they're any good. I don't know if they're any good. Also, thank you for the Prime sub. Haha, actually go fuck yourself, Prime sub, you bastard. I prefer gifted subs. Thank you for the gifted subs. I took some pictures of my buttocks. I shall see if any of them are worth posting. Sometimes I truly will take dozens of photos of my ass and be like, I don't like any of these. Or I'll notice that like a bra strap is showing, or that like a little hint of my shorts is poking out under a skirt or what have you. And all those photos will go straight into the garbage. Like hundreds of erotic photos just straight into the garbage because of 6 or 7 pixels out of place, because I don't edit my photos. I do not edit my photos. I take them in portrait mode and you just get those pictures. Oh, yeah, the lighting really gives you a lot of the texture. Wow, these denim shorts are gynecologically involved with me. And you can tell because of this picture. You guys, how many gifted subs for me to post this picture right now onto my Instagram? That's a really good one. That's a really good one. That's good because it shows you that I am wearing underpants today as well. You're welcome. You don't deserve my underpants, but I'm wearing them for you. No, please don't talk to me in chat. This is unacceptable. You can't talk to me. I'll ban you, you fuck. I can't afford anything but a Prime sub. I spent all my money on Noodle Slurp. Please. You. Moderators? You do what you will with that person. I think V just came again. Go fuck yourself, L. No, I didn't. I don't care for those words that man said to me. I need to leave. I need to be away from this now. I'm bad. Full of anger. Yes! Yes! Get timed out! This is what you get for not fucking me. I mean... Hello? Uh-oh. Can I just ban him? No. He subbed. You guys, he gave me his money. What is in that mug? It is Earl Grey tea. Oh, sorry, vanilla Earl Grey tea with oat milk and honey. Oh God, it's no. So thick, very thick. Yes, I'm excited to gain muscle. I'm excited to gain muscle because I'm going to build muscle so that I can become a world famous, I don't know, maybe like roller skating champion or surfer. I've never surfed before. I've paddleboarded, I think a couple times. But in my physiotherapy appointment last week, my physiotherapist was like, you are so abnormal. You have better balance on uneven surfaces. You might actually be a natural surfer. Which made me feel so happy and so excited. And was also incredibly valuable information that I didn't even realize I was subconsciously like incorporating into my life. So I went on that date last night with that really tall guy, and I was nervous. I'm on a first date. I don't know like what it's going to be like and how all the thoughts and the feelings are going to play out. And so I feel very, very nervous, and part of feeling nervous is then sort of refocusing your body's feelings into other feelings. So when I get nervous, trying to feel any part of my body is like torture, because every part of my body reminds me of something I don't want to think about right there and then. But through physiotherapy, I've been able to recalibrate the feeling of, sorry, I'm looking back up at his noodle slurping comment, and I'm just like, oh, my slurping noodle is so fucking bad. I can just recalibrate and focus on the feeling of the bottom of my feet. The bottom of my feet, the wonderful feeling of the bottom of my feet. You know how you guys are always jerking off to the bottom of my feet? Well, yes, now I, psychologically, am jerking myself off to the thought of the bottom of my feet. before I went on my date last week with Mr. Daddy, I was so fucking anxious. I had no idea what was going to happen. I'd never gone on a date with a man. 20 years my senior. And I was so nervous. I was like, all you need to do is just focus on the sensation of the bottom of your feet. And so I was standing in my bathroom and I was doing my hair, but I was focusing on the feeling of my feet, which are size 7, 7.5, with French tip, with a metallic gloss, painted nails, and my anklet and my toe ring. So I'm like imagining like what my feet look like, what they are, what they're like wearing, and then I was imagining my feet on my bath mat. My pink bath mat in my pink bathroom with like the brown tiled floor. Pink and brown go wonderfully together. You look at my vagina and you tell me it doesn't look great together. And so focusing on that really helped me be able to get ready for my date and go on the date. I just kept bringing myself back into what is the sensation of the bottom of my feet. How do my feet feel in my tights inside my boots? How do my feet feel on the carpet in my house again? All of those sensations, but like bringing it back to that singular point of contact. Oh God, it was just so excellent, so helpful. No, I was mostly talking about like, yes, the pinkness of the vulva, but then also like the dark brown of my pubic hair. Oh, he got banned for that. Yes, okay. Mr. Zaddy, you cannot talk like that. Only I can talk like that. Yes, you are not allowed to talk like that. You must do better. And you must speak in more vague terms. You have to put more effort than I do into what you say, because I put a fuck ton of effort into making you say it. That doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't need to. I'm very tired and I'm very horny and I'm very discombobulated. I spaced out, but was that in context? He still shouldn't have said those things. It doesn't matter. It was in context, but he definitely shouldn't have said those things. Yeah. I don't like this. Life feels very dangerous and very vibrant, which is kind of exhausting, not always super duper pleasant. So on Friday night, truly, I had some of the greatest and most profound orgasms and physical experiences of my life. But then it's also impossible not to recognize that I also felt so sick with anxiety the whole time as well. I felt so guilty. I literally, after I said goodbye to him on Saturday, like morning, late morning, afternoon, whatever, I like whipped open ChatGPT and I was like, ChatGPT, I feel so mortified. I feel so embarrassed. I just had such an amazing night of physical intimacy with an amazing man, but I also felt so anxious, like I was sick to my stomach the entire time. What's wrong with me? And ChatGPT was like, well, it could be a couple of things. You just spent this night with this guy. Are you sure that like everything that you did was what you wanted to do? Because you might feel sick because you got caught up in doing things that you didn't want to do. Or you could feel sick because you were doing everything that you actually always wanted to do, but your nervous system is so hardwired to be afraid of pleasure, happiness, and relaxation because it comes at a cost, and there's always the looming threat of an outreaching negativity, right? It's like our nervous system really tries to protect us from what we feel is like an inevitable rejection. And I was like, yeah, that is absolutely what was happening. Like on Friday night with the poet, he made me feel so incredibly safe and adored and seen and just like myself, just absolutely myself. Even myself when I like said or did stupid or silly things he was like, this is you, and sometimes you're silly, and sometimes you're stupid. And it was never a negative. None of it was ever rejecting. It was always like given with such adoration and such like desire for connection. I was like literally waiting every moment on Friday night for him to see or for me to do something and for like it all to shatter and fall apart and for him to be like, oh my God, you're actually disgusting and I hate you. Of course you're like a revolting, terrible person and all these people treated you so terribly. I too am gonna treat you terribly. And that fear culminated in the stupidest way. Like eventually I was like, I don't think I can have any more orgasms. I think if I have a fourth orgasm, I might actually like tear myself apart. That's literally way too many. So we turned off the lights and we fell asleep. He was laying on his back and I was like cuddled up next to him with my head on his shoulder. And we fell asleep like that. But basically every guy I've ever cuddled with has been like, oh, like if you fall asleep on my shoulder, you're gonna make it fall asleep. So like it's nice to cuddle, but after a little while, like you need to go away and give me space so I can sleep. And that's basically always how it's been. There's been like a few exceptions to that, but then there's been so many other interpersonal conflicts that the relationship never progressed or was able to like flourish in that comfortable way. So it never felt like a possibility. But I was asleep with my head on his shoulder, like for so long. And then I was like waiting for the signal that he wanted me to move and to get away from him because I was being too clingy and like too cuddly. Like I knew it was going to happen. And I was just waiting. Like I guess I even was sort of keeping myself awake, waiting to like anticipate his rejection. And he like reached his right hand over to like scratch his left shoulder where my head was. And I took that as like, okay, this is him being like, okay, pardon me, I'm just trying to like get comfortable so I can sleep. And so I lifted my head and I started leaning back to like go roll over and like stop touching him entirely and give him space in the bed. And I don't even know if he was awake or not, but he had his left hand on my back and shoulder and he just pulled me back in. And I thought I died. So happy I thought I died. I was like, oh my God, you actually want to cuddle with me all night? Like, my disgusting, greasy, revolting body doesn't make you feel sick to your stomach and you can't wait to just get away from me? Like, no, this can't be real. This isn't happening. But then even like when I rolled over, because I was like, whoa, I must have tricked him. I must have tricked him into pulling me back in. I have to give him like another opportunity to like get away from me because I must have tricked him into pulling me back in. So like I like rolled over and tried to make myself small. And he just rolled over and spooned me more. And I was like, embrace? I'm sorry, are you actually embracing me right now? It's like I could feel safe. But certainly not, right? Because it's 2025 and we're all doomed. And there's no such thing as safety. Only the impending doom of our own future. Zaddy said he probably doesn't have an overheating problem. That man absolutely, definitely has an overheating problem. Yes, he does. Which is another reason that I thought he was going to want to get fucking out from underneath me. Yes, see, I can cuddle for 1 to 2 hours max before I get claustrophobic. This is the guy that I have been dating my whole life and has given me this outrageous complex and this idea that I'm heavy and gross. So, before we'd gone to sleep, during the night, or maybe it was the next morning, I don't know, time is a flat circle. I was straddling him, again, I might have even been naked at this point. I feel like I had completely, like, thrown away the nightgown and just been like, I'm naked and you need to have sex with me because I want it so badly. And he was very steadfast and he was like, I told you we're not going to have sex and we're not going to have sex. And you agreed that if we weren't going to have sex, we weren't going to have sex. I was like, yes, I agreed, but like, I don't want to agree anymore. I just want what I want. And this was the Muay Thai one, because I was straddling him, I was on top of him. I suddenly found myself flying through the air sideways. And then I was on my back looking up at my bedroom ceiling on the bed. And again, it happened so fast. I was like, oh. It's very easy just to like pop your hip up one direction and just throw a person across the room. Especially when that person's like 125 pounds. Maybe I'm 130 pounds. I don't know. These shorts used to be much tighter. But then I'm like, but you've been gaining muscle, so maybe you still are 130 pounds, but now you have muscles instead of it just being all fat. Courtsy says, I feel like they always start out like that. Nope, not always. Okay, I'm ready for number 4 now. Did you end up having a nice time of feeling safe, or was it like ruined by overthinking? No, it was actually really wonderful that like even on Saturday after he left, I sort of saw myself walking down like the way that my thoughts lay out in my mind, I guess is like a forest, and each thought has branches and leaves and roots, and as I like walk through the forest of my mind, each of those thoughts pop up. And there's different paths that I can take down. And there's some paths that are super duper familiar, and so the overthinking path was there and it was right in front of me. And I, for the first time in my life, was like, I could go down the overthinking path, but I also have this other path available to me where I don't overthink it. And instead I just get to like relive the erotic daydream from the experience and not really worry about like, but what did it all mean? And like, what is it going to be like in the future? And like, what if I never get that again? I actually was like, I don't really care if I never get that again. The memory of it is so intensely sexy and so profoundly enjoyable. Of like, oh, I'm just richer for the experience. I don't feel like I need it for anything else other than what it was. I'm in a 3-year relationship now, and honestly, it's on or off sometimes. There are intense phases where you're in love with each other so much all over again, and then physical discomfort isn't so prevalent, and you cuddle through it all night, but then there's phases where I need my personal space after like 30 minutes of falling asleep. Yes, being over-touched and being overstimulated is a very true, very real thing in a relationship, yeah. That ebb and flow for sure, absolutely. You look like you should be playing frisbee in a park or like skipping while holding a picnic basket. I wish, that's where I am mentally, yeah. I really want to go to Portugal. I think I'm going to go to Portugal on vacation. Maybe like this month or next month. So I just really want to go like lay down on the beach in Portugal. But would you go to Portugal or would you go back to the Azores? I would love to go back to the Azores. I did tell Mr. Daddy about how wonderful the Azores is. And this was like sex talk, so I'm not actually holding him to this as a promise. But he was like, fuck yeah, baby, I'll take you to fucking the Azores. I'll bang you on every island of that archipelago. Jellicacagalo. Melafememino. Archipelago. I always get the musical term and the series of islands mixed up, and then I don't know which one I'm trying to say, and I realize that I don't want to say either of them, and so I just make up several other new words. Yeah, let's go to Portugal. Let's go to Portugal. Let's get a tan. I'm ready to tan again. As long as you don't end up saying that word instead, it's good. I promise I'll never say that word. It's too much word. That's too much word. This mouth is for cocks, not for words. That's not true. It can do both. It can do both. You're going to Portugal and oh, so exciting. So fun, so exciting. Oh yeah, also Italy. I really want to go to Italy. The guy that I went on a date with last night, Mr. Batman, he can just be Batman. Yeah, he's like, I'm taking my daughter to Italy this summer. And I was like, oh, that's so fun. That's going to be so great. And I was like, and so lucky for you. You get to go to Italy twice, once with your daughter and once with me. And we laughed because he doesn't have to take me to Italy. But like, I'd love to go back to Italy too. It made me so happy. You need to go to Cuba's beaches in my hometown, 10 out of 10. Oh, I'd love to go to Cuba. Yeah. V, nice Chucks. I have so many nice sneakers. I love Chuck Taylors. They're my go-to sneakers. Both at the same time. Seems ventriloquist. Missed opportunity. Words and cocks. I'm super glad for you. That's something you clearly need in your relationship because it's good for you. I'm very excited to understand that it is okay to want to have fun in your relationships. It is natural and normal to want to have fun in your relationships. But you can't be with somebody who ignores that, yes, even working through hard shit might not be fun at the moment, but is an important part of tilling the earth to cultivate future fun. Having the hard conversations, talking about boundaries, saying no to one another, all that shit is so fucking important. And none of it is particularly fun. But doing it is the foundation that will allow for actual safe fun. Genuine, restorative fun. And not dissociative, addiction style supply fun. Hilarious, because I'm actually going to Lisbon, Venice, and somewhere in Switzerland all in one trip. Oh my god, so fun. You know what's incredible? I would recommend, this is going to sound so crazy, I would recommend looking into flying into Zurich. I don't know exactly where you live in the world, but what I was so shocked to discover is that flying from Toronto into Zurich was less expensive than flying into Italy, less expensive than flying into the Netherlands, less expensive almost than flying into Portugal maybe. I didn't really understand or know exactly why it was so inexpensive to fly in and out of Zurich, but it was. It was crazy inexpensive to fly in and out of Zurich. Which is amazing because once you get into Zurich, it's like you're in the very center of everything and they have such a phenomenal public transit. Exactly, yes, yeah. I feel like basically anytime I go to Europe, I'm like, let's fly into Zurich. It's so fun and so beautiful. It's very white though, and I don't like that. Not that I don't like white people. I think white people are fine, obviously. I can see myself in the mirror. But what I don't like is walking past only white people for days. So I don't know if I want to stay in Zurich for very long. I was really happy that when we were there, we met up with a friend who was born in Switzerland from German and Filipina parents. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. They're like Swiss people who are not just like pure fucking lily white as well. That's nice. So glad to see you. Hang out. Learn about your life and experience. Oh, good, money. He found $20 and he gave it to me. Okay, well, let's not inspire everyone else to start giving me what they found, because a lot of you fuckers are finding your hands full of goo. I gotta hit the grind again, but chat someday and defeat my first place. I look better in silver anyways. Thanks again, V. Yeah. I want to find someone who makes those conversations not feel uncomfortable. The last person I was talking to didn't take well to my boundaries, which was like a huge red flag. Yep. We're gonna take the train into Switzerland. That would depend on the final destination. So fun. And yes, they can come too. It's probably a symptom of how multicultural Toronto is. I really like it. Switzerland is a place where rich Europeans go to live with other rich buddies. That's how I feel. It's like the white capital here. I was kind of surprised at the diversity of the Netherlands because you know only like white people here. So I forget. Oh, was it like... It was a video game movie that was like a sort of independent production. And so making a movie about video games especially is like really difficult and expensive. And they had a video game convention in Poland that they were going to be able to film at as the climax of their movie. But the difficulty is that Poland is pretty white, and this was supposed to be in Toronto. Toronto's not that fucking white. So they literally, in this arena, in this gaming arena in Poland, was just like, so if you're a person of color, could you just come down to the front and like come sit in the front 4 rows? All of you, please. Please, every single one of you. And if you're white, could you make room for the people of color? It makes sense. It's good. It's good because Toronto is very multicultural. Yeah, there's like 24. There's 24 people of color. Oh man, and to be it's not nice. It's not nice to be singled out in that way and to be like token of like to be used as like set dressing. That's not nice. That's not okay. It's great to have representation. It fucking sucks to be representative, and it's kind of dehumanizing, right? Like, you're an individual person. Guys, is this the real Tiger King? What is up, V? Aren't you in jail? Aren't you in jail? Aren't you not supposed to have access to computers in jail, Mr. Tiger King? That woman maybe didn't kill her husband, okay? No, okay. But do you guys remember Tiger King? I do think that woman definitely killed her husband. I really do. I really do. That's not okay. You shouldn't kill your husband and feed him to tigers. But also, if you kill your husband and you feed him to tigers, it's gonna be really hard to catch you. Yes, in a video game for the lawyers watching, Tiger King was such a fucking crazy period of time. Pardon me. I miss when horrific things were part of entertaining TV shows and not part of the daily news cycle. Pardon me. Oh God, Nevin. Now the terrible things are part of the daily news cycle, and that makes me feel not so jazzy and grand. Not so good. I actively avoided watching Tiger King. Oh, it's definitely worth watching, but it's like eating a whole bowl of sugar with a spoon. It's not good for you. You shouldn't do anything like that again. But everyone should try to do it at least once. Poland is just an incredibly Christian homogenous society with very strict immigration laws because they like betrayed, invaded, taken from their neighbors, separate occasions, and history. As a Canadian, one sympathizes, terrifyingly enough. You know it's bad when you're desensitized to the bad news. I am not looking forward to this week because the White House was putting up concrete barriers around itself this weekend. That's a bad sign. That's the bad sign. Watching your leaders batten down the hatches, that's a bad sign. Though, no. Harry John says, I will not be watching Tiger King. I do not need the mental diabetes. Diabetes. You don't need it. You really, really don't. So, if you're an American man or woman and you want to escape the nightmare that is your current system, I encourage you not to. It's running away is not the solution. It is a time for indignation. It is time to become indignant. Dignity is not being observed, and in a situation with a recognizable lack of dignity, our expectation is not to remain dignified. It is time to become indignant. There was this amazing clip on Reddit of a woman speaking to a board. You know what it's like to speak to the board. We all watched episode 3 of Severance. Amazing fucking episode of Severance. And this woman said, this board does not listen to reason. So I encourage everyone else to be more unreasonable. She finished her speech by saying something to the equivalent of, when the hand that feeds stops feeding, the hand becomes the most delicious thing to eat. And I was talking with my brother about this on the phone, and it felt so wonderful to talk to my brother about how, when the hand that feeds stops feeding, we will start eating the hand. That's how nature goes. That is how it is meant to be. It's not unnatural and it's not savage. It's survival and it's necessary. Get ready to eat some fucking hands, guys. And when I have these conversations with my brother about like the larger political sphere, he's like, fuck yeah, girl, Molotov cocktails in the streets, no backing down, fuck these fascist pigs. And I feel really on board with him. I feel like my values and my brother's values are very aligned. And then when I go, yes, and the way that our stepfather and father have treated us is very similar to the intolerant ways that fascists treat others. And then for some fucking reason, my brother's like, well, you know, the generation and their lives are so different. It's just like, why are you making excuses for these shitty men? How can you see one group of shitty men behaving in this way and demonize them, and then be completely blind to another group of shitty men even closer to you behaving in the exact same way and condone it? It is such a severe disconnect. I feel like I don't even want to talk to any member of my family ever again. Bert and Ernie. I learned yesterday, says Carbonated Diarrhea. What a great username. Okay. That almost every new parking garage in China is also a bomb shelter, complete with MREs, gas masks, decimation showers. What the fuck is that about? Oh no. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If the only way we're gonna survive is inside shelters, are we calling that surviving? Is that the life that we want? In the parking garage shelter? Are you drinking coffee from a beer mug? I'm drinking tea from a beer mug. When it's a mug, you can just put whatever you want in it. And yes, this is tea, and yes, I will have another one today. The time of the moment is coming. V, that's how we have to go to space. There's nothing out there. This planet is a literal fucking paradise. This planet is a literal fucking paradise. I don't want to go out into the cold, unyielding, empty vacuum of space. My pussy likes it here, where we have seasons and moon cycles, and we have renewal and growth, and we have a natural balance. Like, this earth is truly a paradise, an Eden, in a vast, harsh, unforgiving universe. I don't want to go anywhere else. I like it here. I'm vibing here. But having sex in 0Gs though. Oh, that might be. I had never really thought about it. I like fucking in gravity. I really like fucking in gravity. I don't know if I would like fucking without gravity. But then again, I'm often afraid of new things. So like, yeah, who knows who's talking right now. I just want more Severance, damn it. Oh, so love Severance. Oh, wow. Episode 3. Oh my god. Milchick in that jacket. Milchick in that jacket. Milchick in that jacket. Milchick in the jacket. Milchick in that jacket. Milchick in the jacket. We need to go to space eventually, but it's too soon. I mean, we've been to space. There's not a fuck ton out there. I think it would make more sense to learn how to actually transport ourselves through space instead of relying on moving ourselves through space, if that makes sense. Have you read The Three Body Problem, the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy? The Dark Forest. Milchick is an old man. Do you like old man? Oh god, this guy thinks that I'm in my 20s. Okay, Milchick is not an old man. That actor is definitely in his 40s at the most. Although also black don't crack. That's scientifically proven. Oh, right. Also, I'm fucking a 54-year-old, so he's literally old enough to be my father. Mercifully, he is not. Yeah. Milchick is turning 40 this year. Milchick is the same age as the poet. He's not an old man. He's literally 5 years older than me. He's 5 years older than me! Oh, Milchick is so gorgeous. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. He seems older because he's playing such a, like, grandpa of a character. Helium? Helium-3? We can mine helium-3 on the moon. The moon has tons of it, doesn't it? We don't need asteroids for that. Oh, he's in the next Mission Impossible. I might actually watch that one then. Isn't that so funny? I've, like, never watched it. I think I saw one. Oh, I saw that one Mission Impossible movie. Where poor Carrie Russell dies at the beginning. Spoiler alert. I watched, I think, that one. Or maybe just that part. And then I was like, well, I don't want to watch the rest of this. I hate this. But, oh, I'd watch Milchick be in a fucking action movie. Yes. Yeah. I think I don't have any special love for Tom Cruise. Although I do really love Ben Stiller pretending to be Tom Cruise. Both that clip of both of them doing that psychotic, unhinged, cackling laugh. Like the Tom Cruise laugh is so funny. And then Ben Stiller's doing it too. It's so scary. I really like it, but I also really hate it. Yeah. Yeah. In Tropic Thunder, Tom Cruise was really like, I should be in a fat suit. And he's right. It was the right choice. Oh, Fran Drescher. So Fran Drescher. Yeah. Oh, okay, so, you need to pay me $600. I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting about the money. I need $600 because I'm going to enroll in an on-film acting class. Like, an introduction to on-film acting. I took like one on-film acting class in university. And then I was basically like, I don't want to be an actor. But I feel like the world needs a nanny reboot. I feel like we need another season of The Nanny, and it should be me. So I need $600, and you're gonna give me $600,
And I'm going to take this on film acting class, and I'm very excited. I'm very excited. I feel very nervous, but I'm also very excited. No. Tom Cruise wasn't in Dodgeball. Tom Cruise was, not Les Winan. What was his name? Lee Popover. In Tropic Thunder, yeah. Right? Awesome Sauce, you're silly. You're silly, you're not thinking. It was Les Grossman, that was his name. Yeah, in Tropic Thunder. Yeah. Yeah, no, not Lex. That's too cool, it was Les. Short for Leslie. It's a man's name. I just got here, how was the date? He made me come 3 times so hard, I feel like he hit my factory reset button. Ben Stiller was just on Conan's podcast talking about this. Oh, so fun. Oh, you're right. I was thinking of Stiller. Oh, yeah, Ben Stiller in the fat suit in Tropic Thunder was so fun. But also a little... Apparently, Ben Stiller isn't that different from his Dodgeball character. Perhaps he was playing a version of himself in that movie as well. It was a really, really good date, yeah. I'm excited to hang out with him again, but now I'm like, maybe the poet and I will never have sex. Maybe we'll never fuck. That's not, guys. I am absolutely gonna fuck his brains out. I really want to. We're adults. We're allowed to have sex. It's so fun. Yeah. But now I'm also really like into the game of like, oh, but what if we don't? What if we never do? There are lots of ways to enjoy people. You don't always just have to fuck their brains out. Although it's nice too if you get the opportunity. Things I absolutely must do this year though, that don't include sex. Roller skating and rollerblading. Oh shit. I need help actually. So, I got a delivery notice for my rollerblades. And it said, you have 5 business days to collect this from the pickup point. And I was like, okay, well, good to know. I, sometimes struggle with doing, basic chores because of the way I am. And so I was like, okay, okay, fine. So on the, 3rd or 4th business day, I look up the tracking information to figure out which pickup point I'm supposed to go to get my rollerblades. And the website says that my order was out for delivery and was going to be delivered by the end of the day. But then it was never delivered, and now it's been over 5 business days. I guess I just, I checked the tracking again to see if it's at the... I just checked the tracking again. This is so I don't understand how, I don't understand how sometimes the delivery drivers feel like they're literally walking into my bedroom and handing me a package with their cock, truly. It's so easy for them and so natural. And then other times these delivery drivers are like, you basically live on the moon, you cunt. You're never getting your shit. I just want my rollerblades. I know that I can't rollerblade because there's snow everywhere right now, but I just want my rollerblades so I can start, fantasy. So rollerblading and roller skating, because I think I'm meant to fly, and also discovering from physiotherapy that I feel more steady on uneven surfaces. Hello, roller skating, rollerblading queen. I also think it'd be so fun to stream it for you guys, because watching me fall on my ass would obviously create some ass jiggling, which I know y'all are thirsty for. And also I'd love to learn how to ride a horse. It's always been a dream of mine. I think I would be an excellent horse rider. I think it would be so wonderful to ride a horse. How big is the poet's cock? That's a good question. Have him write you a poem about edging and what sex with him would feel like, metaphorically figure. I'm not gonna make him write me a fucking poem. Oh my god, no. No. I have a delivery guy who rings our doorbell and then immediately walks away, doesn't even bother to... Oh my god. I can sympathize. I can also sympathize because these people have to deal with dozens of nasty, impatient people daily with slippery doorsteps and with illegible numbers, and just like, I get it, like no one needs to be happy during doing their job. No one, especially when they're making so little money, is required to go above and beyond. So I'm complaining about nothing. Yeah, the first orgasm was just with his fingers. And I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense. Because, like, to be honest, I never thought that a guy would be able to make me come just with his hands. I didn't think it was possible. I was like, there's no fucking way. It's never happened in 34 years. There's no fucking way. But he did. I was like, oh, wow, that was shocking for both of us. Cool. And then oh my God in heaven. And then the second one was the factory reset. Where I was just like, I don't think I've ever felt my body this way before in my entire life. I don't think I've ever had this experience ever in my fucking life. And yeah, and in a way it scared me. Absolutely, it scared me. That it was so insane. And then the third time he made me come was when he like finally was like, I'm gonna go down on you, is that okay? And I was like, yeah, you can go down on me. And then immediately made me come super duper hard again. Which I was like 100% sure would never be possible. No, but I mean, after the third one, like the minute he reached his hand out towards me, I was like flinching away from him. I was like, no, please don't make me come again. Like, I feel like I just triggered a bunch of sleeper agents, you know what I mean? I've just said such a ridiculously improbable series of words. No, please don't make me come all over your hands again. Just fuck me. Ridiculous improbable series of words. Sleeper agents are activated. I'm fed up with this orgasm. Moderators. This man in chat whose username, this second place on the leaderboard, I feel like the only thing he's earned is a ban. For such a pitiful and annoying display of attention seeking. We don't reward this. We must punish these people who are transgressing the sanctity of my stream. And I encourage actual disgusting, filthy pigs to step up. Be your authentic selves. Did you sleep over? He came over to my house. Because he lives, I mean, I haven't been to his house yet. I do need to go to his house. He lives on, like, way on the other side of Toronto. I live, like, right downtown. He lives, like, kind of on the edge of Toronto. So he lives kind of far away. So we've had 2 dates and we've both come to like my neighborhood, but also because I have a cat and a dog in my house. It's really fun to hang out with the cat and the dog. And he used to have a cat with his former partner, but she has the cat now. So I think he's not only just coming to hang out with me, I think he also loves hanging out with my like cat and dog too. And my roommate's out all the time, so it's not like we have to like worry about my roommate coming in. Okay, it's good that it's time for break because I am full of tea and need to work on that.
Okay, I came back. Should we read the Instagram DMs that I get for my stories of my butt? Sometimes the shit you guys say is truly inspiring. It's art sometimes. I'll read them to you. The things, the unhinged shit that comes spewing forth is so good. Let's roll. Let's do it. 1 day ago. It's nice. It was a day ago I posted a video of my dog. So most of the DMs that I got there were actually really nice and sweet. That one's good. She's so cute. Awesome. Some like heart emojis, some crying faces. So sweet, so happy, so good. Awesome. Somebody sent me a video. I saw your Twitch and I couldn't type in chat. I came here to say, you beautiful, like, can we get to know each other? Maybe. Oh, she's so pretty. She is so pretty. Thank you for the message about my dog. Okay, here we go. Oh. What does "so if you're lonely" mean? Is he singing me a song? Is he singing me the Franz Ferdinand song? So if you're lonely, you know I'm here waiting for you. Okay, he's giving me the lyrics. Yeah. I was like, what's the context of this? The song that I put in the video. He's singing to me. He's singing along. Good for him. How the shit do you not do nudes with that body? Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. That's a good question. Are you all wondering that as well? Oh my god, you guys. Yes! Sorry, I just had such a brain smart. You guys, we should commission the poet to write a poem about my tits. You know he'll probably do one about my ass, just based on his own manhood. But he was so surprised to see my tits. He was so surprised to see my tits. I'm like, can you describe to me the experience of what seeing my tits was like? Yeah. Hello, kitty. Hello, my kitten. My sweet kitty. Okay, yeah. Steve says, how the shit do you not do nudes with that body? Let me become 35. Maybe I'll do nudes when I'm 35. I feel like a naked 35-year-old woman is... like, who could ever have a problem with that, right? He was in chat. He's not still here, is he? Does he know that we can see his username if he has it open still? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe we just taught him. Okay, let's see. 28, I own 2 houses. I'm gonna match your young type guy. I will send you my cock and body. You say the words V. Yo, should I look at this guy's dick? Should I look at this man's penis? I mean, if he owns 2 houses, that's kind of whatever. I can usually only take up 1 place at a time, so 2 houses, I don't really know what I'd do with that. But, should I look at this guy's cock? Perhaps. Perhaps. What do you think? Nah, my cat's indifferent. I don't know. Do I say let's see it? Hold on. Wait. I'm not an idiot. I know. Okay, so first of all, we have to look at his profile. We gotta look at his profile. Is this a legitimate person? It's private. We cannot look at his profile. So we're gonna do the rest of the sleuthing that we can. Here's his profile picture. It looks like a legitimate profile picture, but it's also so generic. This could be anyone, anywhere, at any time. Yeah, send me a picture of the deed to your house. Save your cock for later. This guy sent heart eyes emojis. This man said, gorgeous lady. Sexy. Sexy, gorgeous lady. This guy, the shit that comes out of this man's mouth. Let's scroll up a little bit because I want to give you the full context. The first comment that he sent to me on September 25th, 2023. Well over a year ago. Oh my God. He said the amount of money I would give you if you did humiliation videos would be insane. Please dominate me. This is why I don't make these videos. I genuinely want you to keep your money and to give it to me of your own free will. I know that I could force you to give me all of your money. That doesn't make me feel good. I like sustainability. It's horny. The next comment was from December 2nd of this. So he went a whole year. He said that, and he did his best to like move himself onward. For a whole year, he didn't message me. And then on December 2nd, this past year, he said, I'm gonna jack off to this. And how could you not? December 2nd was a good outfit. Yeah, it was. You guys know it. He then said, you guys, should I read this? He's insulting himself. He describes the size of his penis in an unflattering way. We know that he likes the humiliation kink. But I'm like, oh no, I don't want to. He said, you get my small dick so hard. I don't want to disparage this man's penis. I love a small penis. There's nothing wrong. But then I guess I'm sort of disparaging it through my own, like my own, like, oh no, this is a bad thing to say. You know what? No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with saying you have a small penis. Embrace every penis, big or small. God damn it, I want to sniff your feet and just jack off to the scent. I know that this is disgusting, unhinged, ridiculous things. They're coming to arrest me for reading these out loud. And yes, I'm being arrested for this immediately right now. This is wonderful though, because you're talking about the like body awareness. Don't worry, baby, I'll keep you safe from, no, they're really coming. Am I getting swatted? No swat. Have you ever been swatted? Mercifully, no. Knock on wood. Ah! I knew she was gonna go for my face with her tail. I feel so self-conscious, like every person does during intimate moments where I'm like, oh my God, I hope that I don't have like ingrown hairs in gross places. I hope that I don't have like cellulite and wrinkles and like flabby, disgusting folds. I'm so self-conscious of these things, like regular people are, because for some reason we idolize people with mannequin bodies instead of real bodies, which we should be idolizing. So it actually does make me feel so good. Like it legitimately makes me feel so good that I'm like, you know what? First of all, I don't need to worry if I'm a stinky, disgusting, repulsive person. I don't need to worry about it. I love taking care of myself. I love cleaning myself. I know that I smell nice because people tell me. And even if I was stinky, like a really like I get that panic stink, you know that like going to the gym and doing your regular workout fills your body and your clothes with a very, very different kind of sweat than the sweat that you get from a psychological reaction of panic, terror, fear, fight or flight, right? So sometimes when I get nervous, I'm like, oh my God, my feet and my hands are just like so sweaty, just like instantly, and the panic sweat is like potent. Even if I did have stinky feet, that wouldn't preclude me from being a sexually worthy person. It's comforting. I know it sounds so fucked up as an e-girl to be like, hey, thank you for telling me how hard you jerk off to my stinky feet. But on a genuine level of human connection, it is right to make people feel acceptable for being imperfect. And our imperfections are sexy. Stinky feet, cellulite, ingrown hairs and all. Yeah. Every time I see you, I want to jack off. Please let me get a whiff. I wish I was that stool, because I posted a picture of my like kitchen bar stools that I was sitting on because there's like a perfect ass print in it. It was really comfortable. The next message from December 5th, he really came back hard. Holiday season, bringing back the boys. On December 5th, he said, please kick my balls. Okay. I don't know how I can spin that into some sort of wholesome self-discovery moment. I think that is just kicking somebody in the balls. On the day that I got like a really nasty vitriolic comment on one of my Instagram posts. This guy was like, she's getting older and fatter by the day. She like hit the wall recently. She's like had this huge fucking decline. like incredible to decline. And this guy's comment, I was like, this is a very mean comment. This one actually does, I would have to be a statue to not feel the pain that this comment is insisting to inflict. Insisting on inflicting? Maybe that's the more grammatically appropriate sentence. So I responded to that man and I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm getting older and fatter every day. That's how aging works. All of us are getting older every day. I don't really understand why that was part of his insult, but here we are. And so I responded to him and I was like, like I've been on SSRIs. That makes your body change, and also aging and growing means your body is going to change. Our bodies are meant to gain weight sometimes and lose weight sometimes. It's very natural. It would be astoundingly unnatural if our bodies remained the exact same all the time. That would literally make us inhuman. So there's nothing wrong with being human and having your body change. But this guy in my DMs, his response was not anything like what I just said. No. He cut through all that nonsense and got right to the core of my body and said, I would still let you fart in my mouth. It's good to know. It's good to know no matter how old and fat I get, you guys would still let me fart in your mouth. So inappropriate, you guys. It's so inappropriate. He then is begging me to sit on his face. He asks, may I suck your butthole? It's such a crazy thing to ask a person to do. But then I'm also realizing that craziness is so relative. Craziness is intensely relative. What seems crazy to one man is literally probably what Mr. Daddy is going to want to do to me later tonight. And is it really that crazy if I'm actually considering letting it happen? Is it crazy to say it? Is it crazy to deny that people have these feelings? It's crazy is very relative. Very relatively crazy. In response to my Snow White photo, which I really do feel like is my best cosplay, Snow White really is my number one best cosplay, I need to bury my face in your ass. That's normal. That feels like a normal thing. People love that. People do that. Having been on multiple dates over the past month, I would say 100% of the men that I've gone on a date with would happily bury their faces in my ass, even if we never had another conversation ever again. These DMs give me happiness. I love knowing that I'm connecting with people, even if it's on a really bizarre, inappropriate, degenerate sexual level. That's still a connection. It's great. What are you saying? Please sit on me just once. It's never just once. It's like a Lay's chip. It's never just once. It's actually a pretty valid request. Yeah, you guys are reasonable sometimes. Heart emojis, always appreciated. A wow, we love a wow. Okay. Did chat hit the sub goal? No, I don't think we did. Oh no, we've done terrible for subs today. We're not, it's Monday. You guys have no fucking money. Fat ass, Yes, the ass does look particularly fat in the jean shorts. That's why I like the jean shorts. Love a good fit and pair. Also, it was just so heartening to find out why denim and why jeans were never comfortable on me. They were never comfortable. I couldn't understand how people could say I could wear jeans on an international flight, or jeans are so comfortable. I was like, no, they're not. They're always pulling and tugging, and they're too tight, and they don't fit there, and they don't fit there, and they don't fit there. And now that I have found jeans that are actually made for people with curvy bodies, yeah, it's a game changer. I didn't know that I needed, I can't wear the regular girl jeans. I get to wear special girl jeans. Hey, if she asks for subs, she will receive them. Kind of. Not all the time. I feel like the leaderboard should probably, I don't know, maybe be all fives, one more person can do 5. So then it's 5, 5, 5. That's kind of good. I also like it sometimes when it's 15, 10, 5. I like it when it moves, and then also when it's the numbers are appropriate and right for the gold, silver, and bronze. Also, these things don't really matter. I'm not streaming to make money. Doing this because I like doing it. It's important for me to sit here and
get all my thoughts and feelings out all over you. Well, you guys get all of your thoughts and feelings out all over me. I don't know if open-minded is the quality we're discussing. Do you have a job outside of streaming? I'm going to get another job outside of streaming this year. Yes, I am. Like a real job. Like, I'm gonna be a real artist. So excited. What? No way. Yes, it's starting with taking an on-film acting class because my real job is going to be as a real working actor. I'm ready. Well, no, yeah, that's the thing. Being an actor means that you'd have to take classes every once in a while to hone your instrument, which is yourself. So you guys get to pay for all my acting classes. Yay! I need more acting classes. I'm gonna be a real star, I swear. What? I figured you make insane money off of some of us. If I were genuinely a greedy, money-hungry monster, I would. I absolutely would. There are tons of very vulnerable people who have offered me gargantuan sums of money. I've never taken any of them up on that offer. It feels disgusting. The money isn't worth having if it doesn't feel good to have. So many, exactly. Like, so, oh, does he want to be unbanned? All right, we can unban him. Fine, unban him. I feel like paying $25 to be unbanned is fair. My friend found a good website about making sausages, says Sam Dog. I always sleep better with a little sausage in me. I'm waiting for them to send me a link. Sausage link. It's so silly, so stupid. I love hot dog humor. What were the gargantuan sums? Oh, like a dizzying amount of money. I got offered $250,000 to really sell you on this video game that I'd never heard of. I don't want to do that, so I didn't take the $250,000. I'm pretty sure I should have. Maybe I'll regret that one day. But I also was just like, no. Wait, what the hell just happened? Oh, he wants to stay banned. Well, good for him. Oh, right, we can't unban him because he paid us, because then we could get in trouble. Keep him banned. Good. Good. Good, good, good. We never have really seen stream other than the clips. You have good morals and you're not greedy. The people have made hundreds of hours of videos talking about how greedy and corrupt I am. So, like, I can just say whatever I want, but I also know my life. Yeah, we can't take bribes. Well, it's, okay, Rightus, I would also say, it's not an argument, but I would say that we banned him because I don't like people with usernames who aren't generous. Like, I don't like people with generous usernames who aren't generous. So unbanning him because he's acting in line with his username isn't necessarily, like, bribe taking. It's actually just congruent with the rest of his actions. I feel like we can reward him. Oh, yes. Well, you're right. He actually just can't send the money. He must... Ooh. He must offer contrition. He's got to write the unban request. You got to use your words, baby. That's right, your money belongs to me, but your words are what I really need. They're called tithes. It's called tithes, Rightus. I'm a church. I'm also leaving. I'm done my stream. I'm gonna go take photos for Patreon so you guys can jerk off to this cute outfit. Yeah. I hope you had a nice Monday. Guys, I don't know what this week is going to be like, but I'm here for you and you're here for me, and that's all that really matters. More than that, what could anyone ask? They shouldn't ask for anything more than that. We'll just show up and be our best selves on the day. Even if that best version of ourselves is like 4% or 6% or 69%. who should we raid today? No one's like, oh wait, there's Fire Dancer. Wait, do we know them? Am I getting them confused with another user? Sometimes I'm like, oh, I totally know them, and it's like, no, their username is just similar to another username friend that I have. But Fire Dancer does sound familiar. Isn't she one of Sean's friends? I know too many people. We need more of V's belly button. You guys want my belly button? I have a really sexy belly button. Of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Fire Dancer is familiar, but Sweet Anita also just went live. Oh, yay! Okay, let's get Anita going. She didn't... Oh, there she is. Yay! Okay, have fun. No, Fire Dancer was a friend of somebody who's now banned from the community. Ah, I see. The lore, the lore. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Yay. Wait, the Sari bot said have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself. Does it usually talk? Okay, but what? I'm freaked out now. Does this bot care about me? Oh, what's happening?